Usasetracking. Still no picture, ne? Yeah, because now seng double confirmile sengiphinde reconnect ngayiconnecta kahle le yasekuqaleni icable yami. Awusingibo yeah, because yeah, yeah, ile cable le blue.
Yenzela wonke umuntu.
Uzuphol ukuthi uyayizwa.
Hayi.
Rapport.
Le nto ayikwazi ukukhuluma.
Hayi, but yena
Angithi utestile uyazizwa lezi.
mara baya-unplug lapha phezulu. Angithi
Akho umuntu aplakayo.
uqinisile baya-unplug.
Kushuthi lapho ilapho.
Yeah, mabafika bakhipha kwethu bafana.
Ubuze ukuthi uyayithola. Funa ukushaye. Yes.
Funa umbuze la. Umbuze kuphi?
Umbuze lapho.
Yakwazi umbuza. Umbuza la.
Kumele ukuthi uyasiphika.
Wena yasaba ukubuza.
No, mina ngiyenza kahle.
Ufuna mina ngimbuze.
Uzokhuluma ne kayiwa.
Khuluma wena, umbuze wena. Ngizakuphendula.
Hello, Propol.
Bekuyahleba. Siyasaba.
Hayi, phela uyayizwa from every. Propol.
Ufashake.
Mara musimapressa lapho khuluma kwa
Upress up.
Seniyandalela ngithi nikhale ngama-radio uyabona
Wakhani namanje yabona ukhani.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yes. 1 2.
Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Arkwelwa.
Esteemed Commissioners, let's distill with the approach that we'd like to implement in leading the testimony of Ms. de Lille. You will see in the composition of the documents before you that there is a 3-page statement accompanied by a 3-page annexure A that would be the de Lille statement bundle. It's a 3-page statement accompanied by a 3-page annexure A. We will call it the Ms. de Lille statement bundle. You will also see that accompanying the documents that you have, there are written submissions to the Arms Procurement Commission constituting 4 pages. That would be another bundle. This forms the integral part of a document that will be calling or naming de Lille's dossier. The second documentation is written submissions to the Arms Procurement Commission constituting 4 pages. Now you'll also note that there is a document within that bundle of documents headed the de Lille dossier. It starts on page 5, it ends up on page 301. It's called the de Lille dossier. You'll also note that there are 2 transcripts. The first transcript will be the transcript of the testimony of former President Mbeki. It constitutes a bundle on its own. The transcript of former President Mbeki. Then there's another 5th bundle on its own. It's a bundle called Admiral Kammerman's transcript bundle. Now, before you, esteemed commissioners, one would say that there are 5 separate documentation constituting the bundles of documents that Ms. de Lille testimony would be traversing. That would be our approach. I would like to get a nodding from you, esteemed commissioners, before we traverse the journey as to whether you're with us in as far as the bundles are concerned. Kindly draw our attention if you want us to repeat for the sake of expediency and hygiene issues, esteemed commissioners.
Advocate Lubala, I think the majority of the documents are with us here. There's only one set that we don't have, but then I think let's proceed. We can get that document later, and that will be General Bain's statement.
Chair, before we start, I'm not sure that we have the bundles. We've got, of course, the documents referred to, but not in that order either, so that may make it a little bit more difficult for us to deal with, but anyway, we agree to proceed.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear. Can you just raise your voice a little bit?
Perhaps I should also introduce myself, Chairman. My name is Advocate Johan de Waal. I'm representing Mr. Lille. We don't have the documents referred to by the evidence leader in exactly that order either. But of course, Mr. Lille has a copy of her statement, the annexure thereto, and the dossier. And we've just been given the transcript of the evidence of former President Mbeki.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that. I was suggesting that maybe let's start with what we have, and then later on a break for lunch or something like that. Then I see there are further documents which have been given to her. You can check those documents again during lunch if it's other documents that you think that, your client will still need. That can be sorted during lunchtime.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Alban?
Mr. Lille, I would like to start with your statement. I would like you to focus on your statement. The statement constituting 3 pages, accompanied by an annexure constituting 3 pages. Please draw my attention when you are ready and you acknowledge that your finger is on the pulse of the statement, Mr. Lille.
Chairperson, before we get to that, and get into the statement, I've got a declaration to make, if I may proceed. I want to declare that I do know the Honourable Judge Willie Seriti from a long time ago, but I must just put it on record that I do know the Honourable Judge. Then the second point that I might just, before we get into the document, seek clarity with your permission, Chairperson, is just that I've been reading the terms of reference, the regulations, the proclamation, and all of that. And I just wanted to hear maybe your understanding or interpretation, Honourable Judge. Now, in the regulations, it makes a reference to Commission of Inquiry into the allegations of fraud and corruption. Then also in the terms of reference, it also makes a reference into the Commission of Inquiry. Then when in the summons that I receive, Honourable Judge, it makes a reference to the scope of the investigation, and also in the Commissions Act of 1947, that was written long before I was born, it also makes a reference to investigation. What I would like to understand, Honourable Judge, is there a difference between investigation and inquiry into, or is it the same? The same? Do we have the same understanding? I seem to think that there might be a slight difference. I'm not sure. If you could assist me with that before I proceed into my affidavit.
Mrs. De Lille, you do have legal representative. Advocate Deval, I see sitting next to you. If at all you need any legal opinion, I'm sure, the learned counsel next to you will be in a position to assist. And secondly, I also want to confirm that I've known Mrs. De Lille for years. We have been working together in other areas for a very long time. But unfortunately, Mrs. De Lille, I'll find it difficult to give you an opinion. You do have a competent counsel next to you, maybe just try and raise it with your counsel.
But then I just want to put it on record, Honourable Judge, that to me, when reading these documents, and I did raise it with my legal counsel, that the word inquiry into and investigation into seem to be used interchangeable in the documentation. I will accept your response. Thank you.
I'm waiting for your direction, esteemed commissioners.
We can proceed, Advocate Luan.
Mr. Lille, let's recapitulate and go back to the statement that I referred you to. I would like you to go directly to page 3 of your statement, page 3. Not the annexure A. I see a signature. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do, Advocate.
Let's go to the first page now. The document is headed an affidavit, and it has just been confirmed that you signed that affidavit. Now, I want to take the liberty to start taking you through your testimony. Please be advised about the following, Mr. Lille. The Commission doesn't want to hear from us, it would like to hear from you. Most of the time, you'll be doing the testimony. Shall we proceed? I, the undersigned Patricia de Lille, do hereby make oath and say that I'm an adult female and the executive mayor of the city of Cape Town. The facts deposed to in this affidavit are true and correct. Now, one notes that your CV has not been appended. Now, the background and your history is not that relevant. Normally, when you set the scene, you'd like to relax the witness. Some witnesses tend to be very comfortable. I know that you are being paid to speak, so this forum is not going to intimidate you, am I right?
You are 100% correct.
We need not delve into your CV. It will come out as we take you through your testimony. Paragraph 3. On the 9th September 2009, I, then a member of Parliament, representing the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, called for a judicial commission of inquiry to probe the arms acquisition program and the offsets to determine whether certain officials and public representatives were not guilty of criminal conduct in their dealings with the arms procurement.
So okay, they were just trying to test the equipment to see whether it's recording everything. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I hope the record has captured the last portion. But just to go back, in your current position as the executive mayor, you'll see that will be disintegrating, if need be, going to your CV. Looking at the content, why you're testifying before the commission and the context in which you qualify yourself. Now, as an executive mayor of Cape Town, it's common cause that you didn't go with the ticket of the Pan-Africanist Congress, am I right?
What ticket?
I'll try to simplify it. I've got to measure my speech also. I've read you a paragraph that informs us that in 2009, you're a member of the Parliament representing the Pan-Africanist Congress. And I've drawn your attention that we don't have your curriculum vitae before the commission. And we're not going to delve into it because it's not that relevant, except in the content and context in which you're testifying before the commission. And I would like to do that. Now, I'll simplify it. You are the executive mayor of the city of Cape Town as a member of a different party, not the Pan-Africanist Congress. Am I right?
That is correct.
I beg your pardon about the language. Please feel free to draw my attention if you think I'm using awkward language. Now, what becomes clear is that the date of the 9th September 2009 is very critical because by then you were a member of the Pan-Africanist Congress, not the member of the party that qualifies you to be the mayor of Cape Town. Am I right?
I just have to draw your attention. It's not the 9th of September 2009, but the 9th of September 1999.
Thank you for noting this important date. May the record reflect that we'll be referring to the date of the 9th September 1999. Needless to mention that this statement was not drawn by our team. But of significance is that we know that the executive mayor of the city of Cape Town under the auspices of a different party, and by then in 1999, you were a member of the Pan-Africanist Congress. Now, let's pause there. As at that stage, just inform the commission what was critical about that date in relation to the issues that brings you before the Commission?
I would like to approach it in this way. I think it's irrelevant whether I was PAC then and what I am now, but rather approach it from my personal journey with this matter. From the 9th of September 1999, my life has changed in many ways because of what I did on that day. Because I love my country and because I care about the future of this country, and because I wanted to assist our government to root up some of the bad apples within government, I did what I did, the huge risk. What followed after that day of the 9th of September 1999 was 2 years of what I can call, Honorable Judge, hell. I was vilified, I was called names, I was called a useless idiot or useful idiot. I was followed. I had a list of cars, numbers, next to me in my seat when I was driving, to look at my rear window, to know it's one of them. But it was so open, sunglasses on, trying to intimidate me. I was never really intimidated by them. But then I was also subpoenaed. I was also called through the then Minister of Justice, Penny Muldoona, that instructed Advocate Frank Khan, who was then the head of the NPA in the Western Cape, to sit with me for a half a day to go through this so-called the Lille dossier. Now, remember that this document was given to me as a briefing document. I received the document. I did not compile the document. But I did sit with Advocate Frank Khan and another senior counsel from Bloemfontein, which I can't remember the name. And we worked through the document because the request from Minister Penny Muldoona was that please see if there's any prima facie evidence in this document. And I spent half a day with them, and finally they did a report which they then submitted to the then Minister of Justice and to President Mbeki, confirming, in fact, that there was prima facie evidence in that document, and it's worth the while to investigate this document. That Friday night, President Thabo Mbeki went on national television, and he said that he's being advised there's no prima facie evidence in that De Lille dossier. And like he's done a week ago before this very commission, still asked for evidence. That same night, I received a call from Advocate Frank to say to me that is not what he had advised President Thabo Mbeki. That he in fact did confirm that there was prima facie evidence in the document, and that he was going to give the office of the President and the Minister 1 week in which to come out with a real report which confirmed that there was prima facie evidence. Failure which he will then get the newspapers to publish his full report. And Honourable Judge, that's exactly what happened. 7 days later, no retraction, and then the full report appeared in the Business Day, where in fact it was confirmed that there was prima facie evidence. That is just but one example. Now, I have tried many routes, Honourable Judge, to get the allegations contained in this De Lille dossier investigated. I've never accused anybody of being corrupt. I've always just asked that these allegations be investigated. And I continue to do that for 14 years because 2 of the allegations contained in the De Lille dossier led to 2 successful prosecutions. Tony Yangeni and Shabil Sheikh. And therefore, I then believed that, there's substance, and let us investigate all the allegations. What the government then did was to put together the Joint Investigating Task Team, consisting of the Auditor General, the Public Protector, and the head of the NPA. I even at one stage, Honourable Judge, tried to go for a private prosecution, just to try and get this, these allegations investigated. Now we all know that it's claimed that there are two versions of the JITT report, but the one that came before Parliament that I saw, Honourable Judge, was, in summary, to me, the theme that came out of there was that there was no corruption or wrongdoing in the primary contracts, but rather in the secondary contracts. Then thereafter, I also, at my own expense, I traveled to Germany and I traveled to the United Kingdom. Where in Germany, I met with the equivalent of our NPA head, and in the UK, I met with the Serious Fraud Office. Because I did believe at that time that there's merit to some of these allegations and they should be investigated. When I came back from Germany, I came back with a number of a court case that took place in Munich, where a certain company paid admission of guilt fine. And if I can go into that right now, I will. Is there a problem with the recording? Sorry.
Ms. de Lille, if I lose control of leading you, I'm in trouble. All these testimonies are so critical, but there's a way in which, as I'm standing here, I would like you to bring them before the Commission. That's why I'm standing here. And I wish you could know that we've already simplified that journey. You've given the roadmap, but please travel it with us. That's why we are standing here. I'll be drawing my attention to you. Each time I pause, it means I'm recognizing that you're saying something very critical, and I would like us to put it in a proper sequence. You will see that the judges are also making notes. I want to slow you down, yes. Hence, I draw my attention to you. I'm not saying there's anything wrong that you're saying. Actually, they would like to hear you. But I just want us to go back. What has become clear is that you were initially a member of the PAC, you joined the DA, you became the mayor of Cape Town. We are going back to where you were. Actually, I'm not even going to repeat it, but there's a better way in which we will deal with it. I just want us to look at paragraph 3 of your statement. Not subtracting in what you've set up to so far, and I'm happy that it's standing before the Commission. Now, on the 9th of September 1999, I would like you to tell the court, I beg your pardon, the Commission, as you were a member of Parliament, who approached you and what was the subject of that approach, if any person approached you or any entity or any party approached you, on the 9th of September 1999.
I have said in my statement, and if you can see the document says, it's a briefing document to Honourable Member of Parliament Patricia de Lille, and it came from concerned ANC members of Parliament.
I know you're trying to draw the Commission's attention to a document from page 6 to page 15 of your dossier. We'll take you through that. You've just informed the Commission that on the 9th of September, in paragraph 3, then a member of Parliament, you call for a judicial commission of inquiry to probe the arms acquisition program. Now, that has become common cause. Now, what made you to do that? I would like you to tell the Commission briefly. We'll be dealing it. I put a question to you, respond, and there'll be instances where we'll just let you to explain. You're going to do the better part of the explanation, but at this stage, I just want us to set the scene. Let's look at each other if we can, so that we should set the scene. Now, we know that you referred us to a document headed Briefing to Honorable Patricia de Lille on page 6. I would like the commissioners to go to page 6 of your dossier. Commissioners, you will see that this is a document which goes away from her statement. It's headed, indexed, and paginated page 6, headed Briefing to Honorable Patricia de Lille, Member of Parliament. Now, the witness is referring to that document. Now, please explain that document in relation to the date of the 9th of September 1999, briefly if you can, and then we'll be taking you through that document.
Thank you, Advocate, and I will look at you. I thought I have to address the Honourable Judge. Don't want to be thrown out here today. Yes, I received a phone call from the members of Parliament about this. And it took me 2 days to make a decision as to whether, first, I wanted to see them, but secondly, whether I wanted to be the whistleblower on this. And the reason for that, Advocate, was that I asked myself, why me? Why am I not being set up? Am I not being abused in any way to take this matter forward? But then after 2 days, I was convinced that it's the right thing to do, and then agreed to meet and to receive the document. I then read the document a couple of times through, and then decided, as a member of Parliament, it is my duty to bring this to the attention of Parliament, which I did on the 9th of September 1999, where I called, I said to the Speaker that I wish to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I shall move that the House is of the opinion that the entire 30 billion armaments acquisition should be subject to public debate insofar as it concerns the allocation of the different tender packages to the different foreign arms suppliers, and especially after the entire package has, for unexplained reasons, been reduced by 6 billion rand. In the absence of logical explanation for the arms acquisition, a total lack of transparency about the offset deals, and the arms industry notorious reputation makes South Africa's weapon purchasing program a matter of great public concern. And I therefore call for the establishment of a full Judicial Commission of Inquiry into the arms acquisition and offset process to determine whether certain officials and public representatives are guilty of criminal conduct in their dealings with regard to the arms procurement process.
Thank you, Mr.
That's it.
Now we know the following.
Yeah.
Now we know the following, and we'll take you, if necessary, to those pages. What we know-
I'm sorry, Ketlwan. The document that Mrs. de Lille was reading, is it contained here? Okay, can you just refer us to the relevant page?
Chair, it's page 6. Page 6 of the dossier. You will see that if you look at the index to Ms. de Lille's bundle, there's page 1 to 4, which are her submissions. And you will see from page 5, there's a document headed De Lille dossier, arms deal. That's what the document says. Now, she's drawing the Commission's inquiry to pages 6 to 15, and we'll briefly deal with it when necessary. Now, at this stage, Ms. de Lille, let's see what you have said, and I would like us to make a quick journey and run through your statement. You've just testified that you were approached by some members of the Parliament, and subsequent thereto, on the 9th of September 1999, you make an announcement in Parliament. Let's be specific. Are you able to tell the Commission the composition of those members of Parliament who approached you?
No, as I've said in the past, I gave my word that I will not mention the names of the people that gave me the document, and that is still the position.
Now let's read on, Ms. de Lille. You state in the self-same paragraph that on the 9th of September 1999, you called for a Judicial Commission of Inquiry to probe the arms acquisition program and the offsets. Now, we'd like to tell the Commission why the issue of the offsets was mentioned specifically paired with the probe for the arms acquisition program.
Advocate, the way this arms procurement was sold to South Africa, and I think I've said it about more than 150 times already, that's why I know it by head now, is that we were told to South Africans that as a country we were going to invest 30 billion rand. In return, we will receive 110 billion rand of investment. And it will create 65,000 jobs. That is how it was sold to South Africa. And why I mentioned the nips and the dips, because on several occasions, several members of Parliament asked questions about what numbers have been delivered in terms of the nips and dips. And up till today, and I haven't checked recently, I think we have not seen the proof of that 65,000 jobs. I've not seen the full proof of the 110 billion. But that is why I'm raising the offsets, because in questions asked by various members of Parliament, including myself, we have not received the right amount of 65,000 jobs created.
We will get there and will demonstrate what the evidence before the Commission says. I would like us at this stage to pack the issue of the offsets and go directly to paragraph 4. May I read it to you, please? The basis for my call, we're back to Ms. de Lille's statements, esteemed commissioners. The basis for my call as a document and annexures which were given to me by concerned members of the African National Congress. Is that what we referred you to on page 6 to page 15? Am I right? I would like you to go to the document headed the De Lille dossier arms deal. It starts on page 5 and it goes to page 15. Are you with me, Ms. de Lille?
Yes, Advocate, I'm with you, except that it also must include all the annexures. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. de Lille. We add that it also includes the annexures. We'll get back to that document, but let's read further. This document became known, we're on paragraph 4, Ms. de Lille, line number 2. This document became known as the De Lille dossier. I must emphasize that the De Lille dossier contains allegations which I believe that the government should investigate. Now, are you conceding here that these allegations, it's not something that you have first-hand information of?
Advocate, like I say in my sworn affidavit, that I've never claimed that the allegations prove the guilt of any person mentioned in the dossier. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to paragraph 5. But I should point out that two persons mentioned in the dossier, Messrs. Shabir Sheikh and Tony Yengeni, were subsequently investigated, charged and convicted of serious transgressions relating to their involvement in the arms deal. We will deal with these subjects fully when you look at your dossier. Let's read on for the time being, just to lay foundation. A third person mentioned in the dossier, President Jacob Zuma, was investigated and charges were drawn up setting out various serious allegations. Now, to be specific briefly, do you know which charges were they?
No, they were just too many. I can't recall all of them, Advocate.
Thank you. Let's read on. Although the charges were withdrawn because of undue interference, the many serious allegations against Mr. Zuma have never been refuted, commissioners who are in the next page 2 of Ms. De Lille's statement, or even answered by him. This strengthened my belief that the allegations in the dossier should be investigated. Let's pause here, Ms. De Lille. Are there a number of persons that the allegations in your dossier would be referring to? I just want us to lay a foundation. We know that the allegations, you've been specific that you don't claim that the allegations prove the guilt of any persons mentioned in the dossier. I note that you mentioned Mr. Shabir Sheikh, Mr. Tony Yengeni, and we'll be referring to particular aspects of your dossier where you deal with that. And you currently mention the current president. Now, are there other persons that you mention in your documentation? Yes or no?
Yes, Advocate. In the briefing document to me, a number of other individuals are mentioned, and I think also organizations.
We'll deal with that when we get there. Page 2, Commissioners, paragraph 6. Accordingly, almost 14 years later, on the 25th July 2012, I submitted the De Lille dossier to the Arms Procurement Commission and requested that the allegations therein be investigated. Now, one appreciates why you started with the concern that you raised to the chairperson. I think it has become clear. I added a caveat that the information was given to me in confidence and I will not reveal the source. I have insufficient personal knowledge regarding the allegations contained therein to assist the Commission by way of oral evidence. I accordingly merely ask for the contents of the dossier to be investigated. Let's pause there. Because of the inimitable testimony that you give, that I think is very critical, I'm forced to ask you this question. Are you saying that any person, and I'm saying it cautiously, any person could come before the Commission and say, no, I've got allegations. I'm not the first party. I don't claim to prove the guilt of the persons. Therefore, hear me. Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat?
I've read to you what you are saying in the caveat. The information was given to me in confidence and I'll not reveal the source. Yeah. Now, it's like a person saying, I've got allegations, esteemed commissioners. I won't reveal the source. And I'm telling you, commissioners, that I don't claim that the allegations prove the guilt of any persons mentioned in the dossier. Now, you'll also appreciate that I'm mentioning that you've mentioned 3 persons and there are other persons that you mention in your dossier. Now, in line with that and in line with what the caveat says, I'm eliciting your explanation that are you saying that any other persons could come and say, I've got allegations. I don't profess to have personal knowledge. Please hear me. Am I making sense? Do you understand where I'm driving you to?
Yeah, you're not really making sense, but I don't think it is relevant. Because I can't interfere or say to other people, you can also go to the Commission to say, I've got some information and therefore I can also make the same claim. It's it's really not relevant. I mean, I state what I state under oath in my document. I don't care what other people do and say.
I concede that that might not be relevant, but since at least I've made, hence you could respond. Let's go on. Line number 2 of the caveat. I have insufficient personal knowledge regarding the allegations contained therein to assist the Commission by way of oral evidence. I accordingly merely ask for the contents of the dossier to be investigated. Is it a concession that there are limitations in as far as your allegations are concerned, or you insist that, no, I'm making sense and I'm not any persons? It has to be investigated.
That is why I asked the question right up front. And I think I also maybe need to answer. By me sitting here the whole day today, and a commission that started an hour late, 2 hours late, are you going to investigate those allegations contained in the De Lille dossier or not? Are you going to investigate? Because if you are going to investigate it, my understanding of the process of the commission then is that you have to do your investigation first before you can conclude your work by making findings and recommendations to the president. And that's why I wanted to know up front what is going to happen to this. Because I have attempted at a personal level myself to investigate. But that is not how we do things in a country where you live, where we support the rule of law. For instance, I can be asked, why did you not give this to a minister or to President Mbeki, who's looking for this evidence or allegations to be investigated? You can't give evidence like this or these allegations to the people who are implicated. You can't ask them to investigate themselves. That's why, out of desperation, I've actually turned to follow the normal due course of the process of law. And that is to go to the police station and to lay a charge, which I did. And later on in my evidence, I don't know if you want to hear it now, what happened subsequently to all of the charges that I've laid.
Just hold on. Okay, thank you. You can proceed. But then maybe, Mr. De Lille, let me repeat what I said earlier on. You do have a competent legal advisor next to you. If you want to understand where we're going, what are we likely to do, I'm sure your legal representative should be in a position to assist you in that regard.
Can I just say, Advocate, I think, Honorable Judge, I'm here to engage. And I'm sure we all want to get to an outcome whereby in this oral forum today, I can ask for any help from the evidence leader, from yourself, from the other commissioners. And to keep on saying that I must ask my learned friend or my lawyer next to me, I've done it. And I've told you, Judge, I've not received a satisfactory answer.
Okay, thank you. Maybe let's just proceed with the hearing of your evidence.
Ms. De Lille, I think I would like to close this issue by saying the following. And I wouldn't like to be organized about it. You can ask me outside this forum. The Commission of Inquiry shall inquire into, make findings, report on, and make recommendations concerning these issues. I think we can discuss it outside, but I would like us to shoot on now. You've explained what we see on page 2, paragraph 6. Let's go on to paragraph 7. We'll complement that when we start dealing with your dossier. Paragraph 7 of your statement. Furthermore, I provided the Commission with a case number 572JS39830/01 relating to an investigation conducted in Germany, which culminated in an admission of guilt and a subsequent payment of fine by the CEO of Daimler Aerospace in connection with the supply of discounted luxury vehicles to the South African citizens. Let's pause there. Ms. De Lille, are you aware that The terms of reference of this commission deals with offsets. I suppose you do know about that. Am I right?
Yes, Advocate.
That the other term of reference looks at whether persons inside or outside government have improperly influenced the awarding of the strategic defense procurement packages and what should be done to those persons, whether they should be prosecuted or money should be claimed.
Know that in my summons, when you summoned me to come here, you said that the investigation pertains to the allegations of fraud, corruption, impropriety, or irregularities in the acquisition of, and then it goes on.
Thank you. Short of saying when the commission summoned you. Yes, that's correct. But two issues have become clear now. You have mentioned in your introductory part of your statement the issue of offsets. We know that it's a term on its own. We'll still engage with you in your dossier and what the evidence says before the commission. And the issue of what one would call irregularities and or corruption in as far as certain conduct is concerned. Now let's read on in paragraph 7, line number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On 21st March 2007, I laid criminal charges in the Caledon, is it Caledon Square Police Station in Cape Town, against 29 South Africans other than Mr. Yengeni, who were the beneficiaries of discounted vehicles. I want the Commission to investigate if these charges were pursued by the National Prosecuting Authority, and if not, why this was not done. This is taken care by one of the terms of reference that I've just mentioned. We'll go on. We'll deal with it when we go to the dossier. Let's proceed. Paragraph 8.
Sorry, Advocate. Should I not at this point in 7 give you some of the evidence related to that case number and what I've attempted to do in a chronological order before I laid the charges?
Ms. de Lille, thanks for your instincts. They are to the point. But you will see that once we go to the dossier, it starts to make proper sense and a sequence. We're not all over. What we're doing now is that we're laying a foundation. We've qualified the dossier. The Commission is starting to appreciate what are you saying about some of these outline charges. We're dealing with what I would call the main river. When you go to the tributaries, you will give us those documents. We're going to do that.
Honorable Judge, can I disagree?
It's my prerogative. I lead evidence, and I'm saying this with humility. Please give me that space.
Also say with humility that since this is a document under oath, and we are dealing with a specific court case number, the only thing that I want to do that while we speak about the court case number is to say to the Commission, here now I've got, which is not in my affidavit, accompanying documentation to show you why I have put it in my affidavit as point number 7. That's all that I wanted to do. Because later on, we will not be dealing with this specific case, because this specific case is not in the so-called de Lille dossier. And that's why I want to deal with it now.
You may speedily deal with it.
Thank you, Advocate. I will be making available to the Commission marked A. As I mentioned earlier on, I went to Germany in the year of 2007. I got the case number from the head of the NPA, and then I wrote a letter on the 15th of February 2007, attention Mr. Herr Haas in Munich, asking him to humbly request that he supply me with the names of the 31 South African citizens who received the automobiles. And then he then responded. So that is number A. B will be the response from the NPA in Munich, where they loosely translated, because it's in German, say that, that they acknowledge the receipt of my letter, and that they cannot accede to my request for information, but they are prepared to share the information with an organ of state. So if any organ of state in South Africa requests the information, they will make it available. So that is in B. Then on the 5th of March, Mark C., Honorable Judge, I then wrote to Advocate Vusi Pakoli, putting that request to him with the case number, asking him to get the information from Munich. Then what is number D? I then receive a response from Advocate Pakoli, basically where he's saying that he've noted the contents of my letter and the issues raised, and I have to advise that in order for this institution, that's now the NPA, to make a formal request for mutual legal assistance, thereby invoking the provisions of international treaties and legislation, we have to satisfy the requested country of the involvement of this institution and for the purpose for which the information is required in terms of a case where we are dealing with it, be it an investigation or prosecution. The long and the short, he said no. But that's at that stage when I then decided, he's saying that he will look into it if there's a case number. So I then proceed to lay charges at the Caledon Police Station on the 20th of March 2007, and heard nothing since then. On the 18th of February 2010, I had a meeting with the then Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa, complaining to him that I've heard nothing. It's 3 years later. I wrote a letter on the 2nd of March to the Secretary of Police. The 2nd of March 2010, no response. I wrote a letter again on the 11th of July 2014, no response. Finally, Honorable Judge and Advocate, I can also attach here an affidavit from Brigadier Governor of the Cape Town Central Police Station that the documents, it's gone, missing, disappeared, to thin air. Because that's the reason why I laid a charge, because the advocate says in his letter that, you know, if there's a charge, I can possibly investigate. So I will make this available as for the record to advocate, and then it can become part of my submission to the Commission. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. de Lille, I assure you that I have a duty to make it a point that there's something called primacy and recency. I want you to say something at the right time that will stick to the Commissioner's mind. I don't want us to go all over. This is very critical. That part of your testimony, its importance is still going to be demonstrated at the right time. Please hold it. We're going to get back to it if need be. I would like to remind you of primacy and recency. When it's done at the right time, it sticks on them. They hear so many testimony, and sometimes they get tired, they're human. I just want them to hit hard at the right time. Pack it, we'll get back to it. Let's proceed, paragraph 8. On or about 7 April 2009, I also laid charges against Messrs. Bulelani Nuka and Leonard McCarthy at the Caledon Square Police Station. Because of their alleged undue influence on the timing of the prosecution of Mr. Zuma, and which influence led to the decision of the then National Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Mokotedi Mpye, to withdraw the charges against Mr. Zuma. Now, the unchanging vernacular of the subject of your testimony goes to some terms of reference of the Commission, whether people within or outside government have played some influence. This aspect is very important. We'll get back to it. It's being echoed also at the dossiers. Let's proceed. Yet again, I want the Commission to investigate if these charges were pursued by the NPA, and if not, why this was not done. I want to assure you of something. Our team looked at the terms of reference and noted something. One of the terms within the terms of reference says the following, and I think this would excite you. These terms of reference may be added to, varied or amended from time to time. We'll get back to it. Noted. Let's proceed. Paragraph 9. We'll get back to these things, if need be. Some are very critical, of course. I've described in summary from the topics covered by the Lille dossier and other matter which I want the Arms Commission to investigate. The list is annexed here to marked A. Now, Annexure A, we've drawn the Commission's attention that it constitutes 3 pages. Now, let's deal head-on with Annexure A. Because Annexure A takes us to where we kept on saying we'll go, the little dossier. Please go to page 1 of Annexure A. Esteemed Commissioners, we are in page 1 of Annexure A. I would like to be directed by you, esteemed Commissioners, as to whether are we going to break, have tea, bearing in mind that we stole into our time. We are in your hands.
I've heard Mrs. de Lille has already complained that we started 2 hours late. So I want to repay that 2 hours by not breaking for tea. We'll go on until lunchtime.
We are in Annexure A. You will see the document to your right, it's Annexure A, and at the top, it's the little dossier. May I take the liberty to read it to you? I need the commissioners to give me a nodding whether they're singing from the same hymn sheet and page with us. Annexure A. Thank you. I think the commissioners have nodded. I've requested the Commission to investigate the following allegations which are contained in the dossier. The price of equipment. Now, let's pause here, Ms. de Lille. The Commission has had evidence which is stubborn standing before it. And I'm going to deal with the themes without wasting time. You will see that where there's a need for us to confront this testimony by referring to the record, we will. The Commission has said the following. Naval officers came, project officers of the Navy came, and the Air Force. And the evidence is simple. They considered the technical value, the military value, the cost value. The costs have been an issue time and again. And the evidence that's standing before Commission addresses the Gripens, the British Hawks, how much was paid. Now, the issue that the testimony underpinned is simple. Costs were always considered, whether it was high costs or low costs. But the evidence is that costs were not the only issue. Now, I see you are writing. I'll speak slowly. Please slow me, if need be. And of significance, and those, what amazes me, and I'm taking to my confidence, part of this testimony has not been challenged, and I raise eyebrows. Critically, the testimony also says, what was compelling also was to position South Africa. It was just not only the question of prices. Price could have been cheap. For instance, we could have bought submarines for a lesser price. We could have bought the Aremachi instead of the Gripen or the Hawk. Now, that testimony is standing before the Commission. I'm asking you, what are you saying against that?
I'm certainly happy that they are not elected officials in this country, because if they will understand the history of South Africa and where we come from, we emerge from a very sad past, where expectations are very high, where the needs are great for health, education, and all of those social issues. The critical thing here, we can't just buy because we think it's a better product. What about affordability? And that is where the political leadership need to come in and say that because of the total demands of what the expectations are of the people of this country, we cannot afford to buy that right now. Because if you need equipment, the way I see it is that, and in some of the documents, is that as if we need a Volkswagen, but we went out to go and buy a Cadillac. So as political leaders, we have to consider affordability. Even in the Bill of Rights, it made provision, it refers to affordability, even though one day I would like to challenge that, but in government, you must consider affordability. So whether the technical guy says it's the best product and so on, that's not the issue for me. They're not elected. They're not accountable to the people of South Africa, but political leaders are. Thank you, Advocate.
But that's where we still join issue with you about the stubborn evidence which is standing before this commission. General Shoke, the chief of the SANDF, came here and said the following: we actually need more, irrespective of the cost. He says what we have is inadequate. The naval officers came here and say the price, we considered costs. For instance, throughout these negotiations that led to the purchase of this equipment, and if need be, I'll take you to those relevant portions of the testimony. They say affordability and costs, we've been considering them through thick and thin. Then, ironically, evidence starts to rhyme throughout this commission, saying South Africa had a visionary approach. Irrespective of the costs, affordability that was always considered, we ought to have had a visionary approach. Now, what does that mean? Unelected officers came here and say, in as far as we're concerned, we negotiated better. Elected officers were not the negotiators. Unelected officers say, costs, affordability, we considered it. They are not elected officers. Now, it's stubborn before the commission. It was not contested. Now, my question is that the only way you can deal with it with your response?
Advocate, I mentioned the word accountability. Now, I know as the mayor of the city of Cape Town, in the Municipal Finance Management Act, there is a section, I think section 79 or 78, that speaks about accountability, and I'm sure in the Public Finance Management Act is also there. But did those officers or officials, when they wanted these nice toys, did they tell us that there are certain threats to our country? Did they tell us which threats they are? Did we have a threat of being invaded by some alien foreign force? Any threat of being invaded from SADC? They never justified. Because before 1994, we had a South African Defence Force that was the biggest in the continent. But we all know that defense force were abused for political reasons against the citizens of the country itself. We remember the wars in the township when it was troops in, troops out. You couldn't keep a record anymore when the troops went in and when they went out. And there was a need after 1994 to transform this SANDF into a more peaceful force. And that is what is in the white paper too. We were not going to have this defense force that invade Angola, that shoot people in Botswana and all over during the days of struggle. Struggle was now over. We had to transform it. And so I've never seen a justification which says because there's this threat, we must now have these equipment and we must buy this expensive equipment. That's why when it comes to accountability, it rests with the political leadership. And they need to tell the officials that this is not affordable, but certainly there are no threat against our country either. Thank you.
Let's go on, Mr. Lille. I think there are people better qualified to deal with this subject if they have to cross-examine you. Let's look at Annexure A, paragraph 1B, allegations of corruption. Now, we are going to look at pages 10 to 15 of your dossier. Esteemed Commissioners, Annexure A, 1B, the paragraph headed allegations of corruption. We've laid the foundation that you could look at corruption as a term of reference on its own within the Commission. Now let's go to pages 10 to 15. We'll just deal with those relevant aspects. You remember at the outset I said to you that we will get to this document. Page 10, Commissioners, of de Lille's dossier. Page 10 is headed, let us examine the beats. Are you on the same page, Ms. de Lille? Esteemed Commissioners?
Yes, Advocate.
You see, Ms. de Lille, I think the commissioners will go for my throat if I were to take a chance here and try to reopen this testimony. This testimony is common cause. It has been dealt with. What has become clear is that the admirals came and said the following. Historically, we considered our needs, what the Navy needs. The Spanish bid has been looked at in the context of history. Some of the naval officers and the project officers say, in our point scoring, Spain was number 1. Some say Germany was number 1. And that evidence is standing before the Commission. Do you want to comment about it? It was not contested. Now, if we say there was corruption in as far as the Spanish bid is concerned, the evidence before the Commission proves the contrary, and I could take you to specific. It says the following. Some of the naval officers say, oh, if we say Spain was done in, we gave Spain number 1, but overall, they wouldn't succeed because there were other factors. It was just not only the question of costs, it was the technical value. They talked of other things that were being considered. I'm not going to overwhelm you with that testimony. I started understanding, Ms. de Lille, that when you look at the submarine or a corvette, you don't look at the price only. You look at the spare parts, you look at whether it's amenable to being repaired, you look at its lifespan, how often does it go to service, accessibility, all those things get to be considered. A submarine, they say you look at its stealth, its capability, escape routes, all those combinations amazed me. And they started bringing this testimony. I've got to be careful not to testify. I'm trying to summarize the evidence before you. All that it means is that that testimony has not been contested.
Advocate, I will repeat. You know, when governments procure arms, it's the only time when they go out and shopping. Now, what I've said earlier on is that when you go out and shopping, you must consider the affordability factor. I will not get into the technical of the value of the arms that we procured, whether the range is correct. I'm not competent to deal with that. And this illustrates exactly why these allegations must be investigated. You can't have one version only of these officials. You need to interrogate, in fact, and investigate whether what they are saying is true. It doesn't mean because nobody has contested what they were saying here before the Commission, that that is the gospel truth. We have to investigate and see whether it is the gospel truth.
Let's be specific about what this paragraph of the Spanish bid seeks to suggest. And it goes back to also the evidence before the Commission. Offsets, jobs, investments. The DTI officers came to testify before the commission, and if I'm not mistaken, we read the testimony of the former DG, Mr. Jordan, the DG himself, the current DG, Lionel October, and the officers. They say the offsets, irrespective of the estimates, they say the promise that will have 65,000 jobs, 110 billion rands in return, were estimates. They say 8,000 jobs were created, but still it exceeded their expectations. They say in closing that all these were estimates. They had to be realistic. That is standing before the commission. They say being realistic, it exceeded the expectations. That's, Ms. de Lille, I assure you, that's not me. That's what is standing before the commission.
My response is they're simply incompetent, inefficient, because you can't run a country on projections. Again, it comes to affordability. You can't thumb suck something because you want to sell this deal to the country as creating the 65,000 jobs. But don't they know there's something like called an actuary? They can actually bring you closer to a projected figure. They must have taken some of the leaders for a ride by, and I'm sure our leaders didn't question these figures because they believed that they were given the right information. It is not wrong projections only. I think they lied. I think they lied to the leaders to say that we're going to make the 65,000 jobs. Because that's exactly why we need this investigation. Because of that 65,000 jobs, we're living in a country where unemployment is very high, where especially amongst our young people, 60% of them are unemployed. And when we come with this guise of creating 65,000 jobs, you're creating expectations from people who are unemployed. And that's why I'm saying it's not only misleading, I think that they actually lied. Thank you.
Just hold on. Just for my own understanding, Mrs. de Lille, we were talking about two things, the question of offsets and then the question of jobs. Now, when you say that they were lying, do you mean that all those who spoke about jobs and all those who spoke about investments before this commission, they were all lying? It's just that, I didn't understand when you say they were lying, to which group were you referring to?
Through you, Advocate, what I'm saying, Honorable Judge, is that because I know how this works in government, the officials do the number crunching. And because they, like I hear Advocate saying, that's this desperate need for this information, they then projected this large number, so that by the time they get to the political leadership, to the committee chaired by President Thabo Mbeki, says 65,000 jobs. Even myself, as a political leader, said, oh, this is a good investment. I don't then say to them, prove to me first. So I'm making a distinction here between I'm not saying that the political leaders lied. I'm saying that they were lied to by the officials.
Ms. de Lille, in actual fact, the chair ignites something. I'll leave it for the appropriate teams that would do the opposite responsibility, if need be, of challenging you. But we sat into the night yesterday looking at the records, and something came up in as far as the topic offsets and jobs were concerned. What we saw was that there's testimony before this commission that says that the question of jobs was just incidental. It was not a requirement for the strategic defense procurement contracts. Now, you are saying something which is very critical, and I'm forced to pose this question to you. I wish you could have challenged that evidence. There might have been realistic obstacles and constraints that made you not to come here to put these assertions that you are saying. And you'd have simplified things. I'm just stating, as an evidence leader, what is before the commission and eliciting your comments. Now, at this stage, I'm saying jobs were incidental. They were not a requirement for the strategic defense procurement packages contracts. This is what the evidence is, and it was not contested.
Well, again, it does not mean, advocate, because that is not being contested, that that is correct. Doesn't mean that at all. All the arms deals, and let me say all the crooked arms deals around the world are structured with these offsets. You can look at the arms deal, which was also riddled with corruption in, I think it was one of the Arabian countries. But all over the world, this is how they structure these things. Because there are a lot of crooks running around, making deals amongst themselves and then selling us these jobs. But now they have sold it to us. And several members of parliament, because that's where I operated for the past 15 years also, we've asked questions continuously about the nips and dips. I can recall questions that I've asked the Freedom Front. I can recall a question asked by Peko, Honorable Peko, to the minister, then Minister of Defense. A lot of us ask these things all the time about nips and dips. Because you can't wish it away if now all of a sudden it's not a requirement. So that would be my response, Advocate.
We're still on page 10. Let's go to the paragraph headed Allegations of Corruption. Here I've got to read. Commissioners, page 10, the paragraph headed Allegations of Corruption. It is alleged that Jayendra Naidu is involved with Worldwide Africa Investments Limited.
Just hold on, Advocate Luman. Advocate Luman, there's this question. We understood Mrs. de Lille to be saying what is contained here is allegations. She can't prove them. She's asking the commission to look at them. She does not have evidence to substantiate any of these allegations. This is what we seem to this is what Mr. de Lille to be saying. Now, my fellow commissioner rightly so is asking me, what purpose is going to be served by going through the allegations, which Mrs. de Lille says, the allegations, I can't prove them. You know, the words that I have here is that these are allegations. I never accused anybody. Now, going through the allegations, are you of the view that this will assist the commission in order to determine who was corrupt, who was corrupted, and by whom?
Chair, we are here to establish facts. Ms. de Lille makes allegations. If these allegations are not tested, there are consequences. Either they're going to be accepted or tested. But we know that if facts are not disputed, they become evidence. If they're disputed, they get to be proven, they become evidence now. What does it mean? Are we going to accept what she says and just accept it as it is without testing it? And that's where the mandate of the commission comes in, to inquire into, establish facts and make recommendations. I agree with you.
Mr. Ms. de Lille, can you switch off in the meantime, because otherwise it will disturb the recording.
And that's a difficulty that we had with Advocate Ngobesa. She's honest. She says this is not first-hand detailed information that I have, but her responses seeks to be informing us that there's a way in which she's willing to deal with these allegations. And remember, if what she alleges and the allegations that she's testifying to before the commission are not disputed, it becomes evidence. Or if they're disputed and they're proven, they become evidence.
Chip in Advocate Lebala, with maybe we there is somewhere we don't understand each other, or we don't understand the witness somewhere. My understanding of what Ms. de Lille says is that she was approached by people. Let's call them anonymous now, because she's not prepared to disclose the names of those people. And the people gave her this dossier that's now called the de Lille dossier, containing allegations. And what she has done is to say, I want these allegations to be investigated. She is not making the allegations. The allegations were made by some other people in a form of a dossier that was submitted to her. All she's been trying to do is to get these allegations investigated. And this is what she's repeating. And I think her submission to the commission is to the effect that please investigate these allegations. It is not her allegations. So I can't understand how she can assist in relation to these allegations. Maybe we should simply assure her that we will investigate these allegations if we have not already investigated them. And that should really be the end of the matter. With respect, I don't see how far she can assist in those circumstances.
Advocate Mbala, can I make a suggestion? Maybe think about the issues that my colleague is raising. Mrs. de Lille, I want to make up the 2 hours lost. We'll take lunch for 30 minutes. And in the meantime, think about what Commissioner Musa has said, and then let's take it further after lunch. You know, as I said to you, I'm also a bit worried because I understand Mrs. de Lille to be saying, I've got no facts to back up the allegations. I've never accused anybody. These are the allegations that were brought to my attention. This is what, you know, in short, that seems to be her evidence. Now, if that is the position, how is she going to help us if we want to determine exactly who was corrupt and by whom was that person corrupted? Does her evidence assist us in trying to answer that question? If the answer is no, then maybe it's not even worth continue with the evidence. If the answer is yes, then let's go on with Mrs. de Lille. Do you want to think about it in the meantime? Let's take a lunch adjournment of 30 minutes, and then we can come and debate this issue again.
Thank you, esteemed Commissioner.
Unfortunately, Mrs. de Lille is also legal representative. We can also raise it with the legal representative. I see the former minister's representatives, they are here. The OD's representatives are here, and even the DTI representatives are here. Please, even on the question of offsets, is her evidence going to help us at all or not? Does she have the figures to back up the statement that she's saying? We know that on record we do have the figures. Some people came and gave us the figures. Give us the figures about offsets. They gave us the figures about the jobs that they say have been created. Those are things that I think maybe we need to think about them, and then from there let's reconvene after 30 minutes. Maybe in the process, you know, the various legal representatives might find a way of, you know, they might make suggestions to us on how should we deal with Mrs. de Lille's evidence. Ms. de Lille, I didn't ask your legal representative, your advocate, will that suggestion be acceptable to you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Advocate Moirani?
Chair, certainly.
Thank you. Advocate Kane?
Thank you, Chair. We welcome your directions.
Thank you. Mr. Showe?
We do welcome your directions, Mr. Chair.
If you thought there's any other legal representative who I'm not aware of, That legal representative is also not excluded from those discussions.
Mr. Chairperson, my name is Jeremy Goldstone, instructed by the State Attorney on a watching brief. Those arrangements are convenient as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will adjourn for 30 minutes. If you think that you might need more than 30 minutes, just send a word to us because we'll want to give you enough time to explore, to discuss this issue that we have just mentioned. If it's going to take you more than 30 minutes, let it be so. Thank you. We'll adjourn.
We didn't implicate anyone, but came back with a case number from Munich. And as I was saying, the correspondence that followed between myself and Mr. Vusi Pekole.
Now, without wasting time, we could direct you to where, in one of your trips to Germany, we were not certain whether it's the self-same trip. You mentioned that there was some donation into Nelson Mandela Children's Funds. Now, we had tribulations to appreciate its relevance to any of the terms of reference. Would you like to elaborate on this to an extent to which you could assist the Commission?
Yes, thank you, Advocate. It was on the 6th of November 2007 when I moved a member statement in Parliament, and I will just read it. Madam Speaker, the allegations that the ANC received money from the arms deal suppliers have been mere speculation until today. I can now confirm that on the 29th of January 1999, each of the following organizations received 500,000 rand from ThyssenKrupp. The ANC, Nelson Mandela's Children's Fund, and the Community Development Foundation. This money was paid into an account in Switzerland at Credit Suisse First Boston Bank. And then I just went further to say that this again illustrates the importance of having an active parliament that will regulate private political funding. And this will be in line with President Thabo Mbeki's response to a question I asked on the 12th of March when he said, because the matter of private funding affects all political parties, Parliament is the appropriate forum for political parties to discuss this matter. The Executive would most certainly respect any recommendation that might come from Parliament with regard to this issue, so that we can have a collective view of all the political parties represented in Parliament. And then I urge other political parties to support the Independent Democrats to establish a multi-party committee to deal with the issue of party funding once and for all. Now, then, of course, thereafter there was a response again in Parliament by Minister Sia Lakota, which I do not have the record before me, Honourable Judge. But, and then, and that same year, in the Mail and Guardian of the 14th to the 20th of December 2007, they reported, however, and I'll just read it briefly, Honourable Judge, however, the German document reveals that in a raid on the house of Christoph Hunings, the top Thyssen executive involved in the South African bid, investigators discovered photocopies of 3 checks for 500,000 rand each to the ANC, the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, and the Foundation for Community Development. And it says the letter is a Mozambican charity funded by Gracia Michelle, Nelson Mandela's wife. Independent Democrats leader Patricia de Lille last month revealed the existence of these payments, saying ThyssenKrupp had made them in January 1999. So then again, I am requesting, this is what I said in Parliament, and I'm requesting if the Commission will see it fit to also investigate this allegation of what I said in Parliament and the Mail and Guardian article. Thank you.
You also took part when these issues were unfolding with Mr. Andrew Feinstein in a television program called Interface, am I right?
Yes, Advocate.
The subject of the discussion or colloquy at that program involved the arms procurement packages, isn't it?
Yes, it did involve the arms procurement packages with an emphasis on that if we do investigate or if finally there will be a judicial commission of inquiry appointed, and some people are found to have been guilty of corruption, whether we should then not say, give them amnesty and just close it. So that was more or less the substance of the debate with Andrew Feinstein, but it was never aired by the SABC.
Were there any names that you raised during that interface discussion?
Advocate, it's a very long time ago. I can't remember. I would have loved to see a copy of that if possible.
The SCOPA meeting of the 17th February 2009, are you refreshed when I mentioned the date and the forum? SCOPA meeting of 17th February 2009, Ms. de Lille?
Yes, Advocate. Again, I went to a parliamentary committee, SCOPA, and the NPA appeared before them then. And in Parliament, I accused them of lack of will to investigate, and I accused them that there should have been political interference. And I made reference then to the charges that I laid in 2007 and the charge that I laid in 2009, which is in my affidavit, that subsequently now have completely disappeared, that the failure of the NPA to investigate. Because the least I expected, Honourable Judge, was that the NPA to investigate and then make a decision whether they're going to prosecute or not. And that was never forthcoming. Thank you.
And does the name Advocate Gerda Ferreira and Advocate Grasman rings a bell to you?
Yes, Advocate. I remember Advocate Gerda Ferreira when I was subpoenaed by the state. She was one of the advocates that interrogated me on the allegations contained in the de Lille dossier.
To be precise, am I correct to say Advocate Gerda Ferreira was the first person within the National Prosecuting Authority to investigate the arms procurement packages?
Advocate Lua, I'm not going to allow that question. How is it going to help us whether she was the first or the last? And I'm sure Mrs. de Lille would not know how the NPA operates. Maybe let's get to the next question.
Now, during, well, I accept, Chair, it's actually also relative and evaluative. Relevancy could come at a later stage if need be. During your interview with Advocate Gerda Ferreira, did you mention names of persons involved in the arms procurement packages in the context of irregularities and improprieties?
Advocate, we went through the very same document that's before the Commission today, and my consistent response was that these is a briefing document that I received, and I want these allegations to be investigated. In fact, the transcript of that interview is available because I do have a copy of it.
Let me direct you to the positive steps that you took in giving and handing documents to individuals whose names I will mention. One is Mr. David Mania, who is going to be a witness coming to testify before the Commission. You're not disputing the fact that you handed documents to Mr. David Mania, am I right?
When I resigned as a Member of Parliament on the 9th of September 2010, I had looked at Members of Parliament serving in the Defence Committee that could continue with the probing and advocating to have these allegations investigated. I asked Mr. Mania when I vacated my office at Parliament that the information need to be documented, it need to be put in chronological order. I've got piles of press clippings and that, and then handed him the documents, not for his keep, but to just sort it out for me and for him to use in furthering the quest for a further investigation. Thank you.
If I were to ask you to be specific, why Mr. David Mania, would you like to qualify your response, if you can, in the context of his title, his functions that he was doing within Parliament?
He was a representative of the Defence Portfolio Committee, and that is why I handed it to him.
One of the issues which came out during the testimony of former President Mr. Mbeki was the issue pertaining to Judge Heath, who headed the SIU. Now, did you hand any documents to Judge Heath?
Yes, I did hand over some documents to Advocate Willem Heath when he was still the head of the SIU. I think it's November 1999.
Now, let's be specific. I would like to conflate the documents that you handed to Judge Heath and Mr. David Mania. Were they similar?
No. The documents I handed to Mr. Mania were documents that I've compiled over the years from September 1999 until I left Parliament in September 2010.
And the documents you handed to Judge Heath?
The documents I handed to Judge Heath included the Lille dossier, but it's now adopted the Lille dossier.
Now, were there specific reasons that compelled you or that made you to consider handing the documents specifically to Judge Heath? We know why you handed them to Mr. Mania, according to your explanation.
The reason why I handed it to Judge Willem Heath as the head of the SIU, because if you look in terms of the SIU Act, when it was established, that in fact it is the only organization or structure within government that in the event that they find any wrongdoing in any contract, they're able to cancel it. So it was the only organization with a legal mandate to cancel contracts. And that is why I selected the SIU, knowing full well that they also have to investigate first and then apply for a proclamation from the President before they could actually proceed to finalize the investigation. Thank you.
I think I've got 3 remaining questions, but let me direct you to 2 of the remaining questions by specifying names of individuals who testified before the Commission, and their testimony pertained to documentation, particularly with the term of reference, whether persons inside, within government and outside government have improperly influenced the award of the SDPP packages, and what should happen to them if it's found that they have influence, including whether legal proceedings should be pursued and monies claimed against them. Now, the context in which I'm asking these questions pertains to the documents. We're going to corruption and impropriety. That will be the next phase of the Commission. Former Minister of Defense, Mr. Lekota, says that he kept on asking you to provide him with evidence that signifies that there was corrupt activities. And he states that you haven't provided him with that evidence.
Well, if Minister Monsieur Lekota didn't understand his constitutional brief and mandate, I certainly did. You don't give information to a minister if you want to have it investigated. You go and lay a charge to the police, and the police must investigate it. In any case, you can't give information implicating some people and then ask them to investigate themselves. And I've heard this for the past 16 years, 14 years, I've heard the same thing. Don't they realize that they don't have a mandate to investigate or to be given information? The information must go to the police. We're living in a country where we have to respect the rule of law. Doesn't mean because you're minister you must get information.
And we had the testimony of former President Mr. Mbeki, positively asserting that that's what, throughout his term in office, the government has been requesting, give us evidence that demonstrates that there's been corruption, particularly, and President Mbeki was specific. If need be, we can take you to the relevant portions, particularly within the ministers who are members of the IMC, which stands for Interministerial Committee, says that up to the date when he left office as president, he has not received even a single grain of evidence signifying that.
Advocate, in the year 2000, I think towards the end of 2000, the then Attorney General, Auditor General Faki, if I remember correctly his name, he submitted a report to Parliament to show that there was irregularities in the procedures. People did not adhere to the procedures of procurement. Now, I'm sure somebody around the president must have alerted him to that. Because on the basis of that report, the JITT was established, the Joint Investigating Task Team, consisting of the Auditor General, the head of the NPA, and the Public Protector. And the Special Investigating Unit was excluded from that JITT task team. Now, even with the JITT task team report, if you go to some of the recommendations and some of the findings, Honourable Judge, even they said in some of those things that things did not go procedurally right in terms of our procurement process. So now, I don't know if Honourable President Thabo Mbeki don't see that as evidence, or what exactly does he mean when he wanted to see evidence. But that is what I can recall, and this is being in the public domain for a number of years. And similarly, there was the SCOPA investigations, where the then leader of government business, President Jacob Zuma, who's now the deputy president, also received some of these reports from SCOPA. So there were a number of proof, if I can call it that, where it was shared with government all the time by, by structures like SCOPA and the JITT report.
Do you still have any questions, Advocate Laban?
Just one question, Chair. I would like to read certain portions of the transcripts of former President Mr. Mbeki and hear your comment on them, especially with regard to the subject of improprieties and corruption. And before I do that, I'm left a little bit thirsty.
I hate to interrupt at this point, but we had a firm understanding that what Mr. Lille will speak about after lunch is matters about which she has personal knowledge. That was after the suggestion was made earlier that it doesn't help to come back to the same argument again. She's called for these allegations to be investigated. She can't take it further. She said it over and over. Now, is it now suggested again that Mr. Lille must repeat that? Or are there going to be a question to her about matters which falls within her personal knowledge? I just want to place that on record.
I thought my learned friend would have waited for me to pose the question because he would realize that its relevancy is so realistic, it would land like a thud and make such noise. May I be permitted to put the question? Actually, I could lay the foundation.
Well, I think maybe before I can rule whether we are going to allow the question or not, let us first hear the question.
No, of course.
Thank you.
You remember you testified that you gave Judge Heath documents?
Yes, Advocate.
And I suppose we also know that you traveled with him to Germany.
Yes, Advocate.
Am I right to say you did discuss the issues of the strategic defense procurement packages with him?
Yes, Advocate.
Particularly the subject of improprieties and irregularities.
Oh, we've discussed a lot of things, including maybe, but I can't recall all of it.
Here comes my question. Former President Mbeki makes an analogy as follows, and I'm going to simplify it for you without wasting time. And it's very critical because it lays a foundation to the next term of reference, which is very important. All terms of reference are very important. But the next term of reference the Commission is going into, it's so important, it deals with the same improprieties. Short of saying, he says, if an agent in an arms procurement scenario goes to the service provider, like ThyssenKrupp, or German Frigate Consortium, or Vossenblom, say, I think I could link you with the South African government. They might need artillery. Permit me to start the processes of making that relationship. And the agent goes to the South African government and say, this new equipment, consider, I think you might need, or the agent might have heard that the South African government is considering to purchase. Short of saying further, there's nothing wrong if the agent gets his or her commission. On one condition, the agent doesn't corrupt members of the government, particularly those who make decisions. You may make your notes. Here I'm going to say, take your time. Show me when you're finished making your notes through the permission of the chair. Do you follow the theme of what I'm saying? Now, President Mbeki confirmed what became stubbornness evidence, that there were lower committees that considered the prices of the bidders, performance of the equipment. It would go up to another body. There's a body called SOFCOM. called that considers offers, dominated, or the main participants are AMSCO, which was the procurement wing of the South African National Defence Force. And from there, it pushes further to the interministerial committee that make decisions. And the decisions are a number of variables. Strategic positioning of South Africa, visionary approach, costs, affordability, all those things come into the basket. That's what we had. President Mbeki says, it has never been proven that any of members of the interministerial committee who made important decisions on these bidders were corrupted by the agents. Now, I would like to hear your comment on it.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is the respect again.
I must put it off. Sorry.
He calls for a comment on a matter that Mr. Lille cannot possibly have personal knowledge about, with respect, so that we would object to that line of question, especially after what we agreed to after lunch. If Mr. Lille wants to comment, she's just presenting a view and an argument.
I suppose I should agree with you. That was the views of the former President Mbeki. This how he understood the issues. Ms. de Lille might be having a different position. One of them might be right, or both of them might be right, or both of them might be wrong. Probably let's get to the next question and ask him about what she personally knows, not about how the former state president, Mr. Mbeki, understood corruption or bribe to be.
Honourable Judge, if you may allow me, as an ex-member of Parliament, I do understand only the procurement process in terms of the tender regulations as to how any government department procure and how any government department must always go out and seek a competitive bid or something like that. So that is my view on the matter, that government is very prescriptive. I know as the mayor of the city of Cape Town that we have to follow it to the letter. And as a mayor had received a clean audit last year, I know exactly the requirements for tenders. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Advocate Luan, let's get to the next question.
Something advised me that you could respond to this question. Now, you testified about the JIT. You remember? You testified about the JIT, Joint Investigation Team. Briefly, you did. Do you remember, Ms. de Lille? I would like your response on record.
My response on record is already recorded in Parliament. As a Member of Parliament, I made it very clear that I am not accepting some of the findings and recommendations of the JITT. I call it a whitewash at the time, because I felt strongly that they should have included the Special Investigating Unit. Thank you.
In actual fact, I was just laying a foundation for the question that follows. That was not my question. You remember that the JIT team excluded Judge Heath. I would like your response to be on record. Ms. de Lille?
I still think it was wrong to exclude, maybe they had problems with the judge, but I think the unit itself, established by an Act of Parliament, should have been involved. Thank you.
Here comes the relevance of the question in anticipation of an objection. President Mbeki testified also, saying, and here we just want to hear your factual comment. President Mbeki says that the exclusion of Judge Heath was not intended to prejudice him or to undermine him. Actually, the Constitutional Court that said that Judge Heath cannot assume that function. I would like to hear your comment.
Well, that's the opinion of President Becky, and I respect his opinion, and I'm sure he'll respect mine too. Thank you.
You're not responding to my question.
Mr. Chairman, she's asked a legal question. Mr. Mbeki, as I understand it, was saying...
Thank you. I understand where you're coming from. Mr. Lwala, can we get to the next question? Mrs. de Lille's opinion on the impact of that decision that Mr. Mbeki referred to, I don't think it's going to help us much. Let's try and find out about what is in her personal knowledge. Legal implications or legal effect of any judgment, we can leave that for argument.
Chair, we'll leave it for argument, but may the record reflect that this witness testified, gave the commission document, attempted to assist the commission about evidence pertaining to corruptions and improprieties. And these are aspects that President Becky traversed, but we'll leave it for argument. Perhaps this is an appropriate time to ask you the following, Mr. Lille. Is there anything that, actually before I ask you, is there anything that you want to say before you excommunicate the platform? Ms. de Lille, there are documents that throughout our consultation with you, you never handed to us. I'm aware because I saw some documents for the first time this morning. Are there any other documents that you have that you did not give to our team? Not any other documents, any other document that would assist the commission?
Honorable Judge, as far as my knowledge go, I have now given all of the documents where I had personal knowledge of to the commission, and I have submitted the Lille dossier, which I received from concerned members of the ANC, and where I did make it very clear that I have only called for investigations and I'm not accusing anybody, found anybody guilty. And so I think if there's anything else that you might think I might have, if you can write to me and I will certainly see. Because this happened so long ago. I wish we had this inquiry 10 years ago. It would be much better for all of us. Thank you. But may I also use the opportunity to thank Judge Willie Seriti and Commissioner Musi for this opportunity to share my knowledge with you. I also want to put it on record that I'm prepared to work with the Commission further. If there's anything that you need me for, if you want me to come back again, I certainly will do. And I wish you luck with your work. I know it's not an easy task, but for me, after 14 years, I must say it's like a sigh of relief that finally I could sit in a Judicial Commission of Inquiry that has been called for so many years. So thank you very much. Kia leboga.
Joel, any cross-examination?
Thank you, Learned Commissioner. The Department of Defence would welcome the opportunity to cross-examine this witness. I anticipate that the cross-examination for the Department of Defence would take approximately half an hour, but it may be shorter than that.
Any other person might be keen to cross-examine?
Yes, Commissioner, the Department of Trade and Industry will just like to pose one question, cross-examination question to Mr. Lille. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Only one question, eh? One.
Maybe I must say regarding one subject. It might be one.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairperson, Commissioner, on behalf of former President Mbeki and members of the IMC, we do have a few questions to ask. Thank you.
Rough estimation, how long do you think that might take?
depending upon the answers that we get, possibly not more than 20 minutes.
Not more than 20. So it's under an hour. Can we take a break for 10 minutes? And then when we come back, we'll continue until we finish.
Mr. Chairman, can I just inquire at this point? I haven't been here before, so I'm just sticking to what the directions say. It says it seems like one has to meet 3 requirements before being allowed opportunity to cross-examine, and that the last 2 entails identifying the issues in respect of which the witness is to be questioned, and whether the questioning will raise new issues, and if not, why the questioning should be permitted. And then it appears a threshold inquiry is to establish whether the evidence of the witness, Mr. Lille, directly relates to the evidence of another witness or implicates another person. I haven't been here before, so I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. Are these issues dealt with? Because the way I read it is that an application is made for cross-examination, and you identify the issues that you want to deal with and say why it implicates another person, and then perhaps I can take instructions from Mr. Lille as to whether she wants me to contest that right to cross-examine.
Thank you. I think it's a fair question. Maybe let me start by saying that the question of cross-examination is at my discretion. I must check the decision. 2 is because I know already what has been said, and that is why the parties who stood up and said they want to cross-examine, I wasn't surprised. They had to cross-examine. I can tell you why. One of the reasons is that Mrs. de Lille spoke about offsets. DTI gave extensive evidence about offsets. If she says that the offsets never worked, I'm sure DTI will want to cross-examine her on that one, because they've placed certain evidence before us. DOD, they've placed certain evidence before us, which deals with the rationale, which deals with the utilization, which deals with the dip, which is part of the offsets. Mrs. de Lille gave evidence about it, which seems to contradict what their clients have said. Mr. Moran represents the former president and the ministers. She said certain things which contradicts what their clients have said. So for that reason, all 3 or 4 of them, I think they'll be entitled to cross-examine. And then lastly, ever since we started this commission, I cannot remember where I've turned down an application of one party saying that they want to cross-examine. In all fairness, I think they're entitled to cross-examine Mrs. de Lille, and that is why I've granted them permission to do so.
Honourable Judge, I certainly don't mind, but it's just the time constraint because of the flights back. So if, I don't know, I need to leave for the airport no later than 3:30. What time must you go?
Mrs. de Lille, unfortunately, we'll have to sit until we finish with you. I think it will be convenient to everybody that you get cross-examined today and then we finish with you. I can tell you the last time with Mr. Begg, I think we sat here until 6 o'clock because we wanted to finish with that level. 7 o'clock, in fact, I was told. So if your tongue is going to take only about 2 hours to cross-examine you, it will be cheaper, easier for everybody that you stick around for another 2 hours, you get cross-examined, you are done, then you no longer have to come back, then you can go and run Cape Town more efficiently.
It's fine, Honourable Judge.
Thank you, thank you. Let's adjourn for 15 minutes.
and it is just stated to be the Spanish bid. Do you see that? Let us begin then with the Spanish bid as the first issue with which the Department of Defense is concerned. You'll agree with me that the only way we can begin to understand what is meant by that would be to go to the de Lille dossier at page 10. So if you would please open that up. And you will see that page 10 is headed, "Let us examine the bids," and number 1 is headed Spanish bid. Are you with me? Now, the first 3 words go like this. It says 3 years ago, Armscor and the South African Navy wanted to spend 1.7 billion on 4 Spanish corvettes. Let's pause there. This document, as I understand your evidence, emanated during about September 1999.
That is correct, the 9th of September 1999.
So when we deal with the intention to procure 4 Spanish corvettes 3 years ago, we're actually dealing with an earlier period, call it 95-96. Would you agree with that?
Well, I had said, and I can just repeat, that I want these things to be investigated. I don't have sufficient personal knowledge about this. And I further said earlier on, Honourable Judge, that even though I've said that, I was still called here. And in the questioning from the advocate, I made it clear that those are my views. So I'm not in a position to verify the dates with you.
Mr. Lille, I'm not going to press you for any accurate dates. What I am going to press you for is a definition of the issue, which remains to be investigated, because you cannot shirk the responsibility of calling upon, very publicly indeed, the Commission to investigate an issue and then refuse to define what that issue is in any way. Now, I put it to you that 3 years ago would be quite some time prior to 1999, and I said to you it would pertain to a period, broadly speaking, 1995-1996, where we are faced with the potential acquisition of 4 Spanish corvettes. You see, if we cannot even place this proposed acquisition at a point in time, how do you propose that the Commission is to go about this investigation?
I propose that the Commission investigate all the allegations contained in the De Lille dossier. I've said it and I will repeat that I've never claimed that the allegations prove the guilt of any of the persons or companies mentioned in the dossier. So I really don't understand what it is that you really want me to say about it, Advocate.
What I want you to say, Mr. Lille, is what it is you want investigated. You see, what we have here in the De Lille dossier are very broad allegations, sometimes virtually incomprehensible allegations. And in fact, this allegation pertaining to the proposed acquisition of 4 Spanish corvettes appears to be some 3 years before the SDPP, and therefore even well outside the mandate of this Commission.
Can I repeat myself? If you can look at the first pages of this document, it states very clearly that this is a briefing document. I'll just get to the pages. Page 6. It says a briefing to Honourable Patricia de Lille, Member of Parliament. So this was information given to me. And I still maintain that all of the allegations contained in this dossier must be investigated. It was given to me, so you can't expect me now to say to you about 1995 or that. So I'm just repeating again. I'm not in a position to tell you 1995 or whatever, because the De Lille dossier, what is now dubbed the De Lille dossier, came as a briefing to me from concerned members of parliament.
Let me understand that answer. Is it a briefing from concerned members of the ANC who were also members of parliament?
That is what the briefing documents say on page 50, 50, or 15. It just say concerned ANC MPs. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Is it your evidence that you were given this information by members of the ANC who were also members of parliament?
Yes.
So there are members of the ANC who were members of the parliament at that time who would not themselves make these allegations, but were prepared to use you to make them, and do so even to this day.
Well, that could certainly be your understanding. I did it, like I said in my introduction, when I consider whether to do it or not. I did it because I do care about our country and about any allegations around corruption in our country, and that's why I did it.
Ms. de Lille, I have never suggested anything other than a laudable motive on your side, but from our side, we need to take these allegations further and subject them to investigation if it is at all possible, and I'm seeking your assistance to make that possible. And that is why I ask you for information about the Spanish bid and whether you'd agree that it pertains to something that happened some time ago in about 95, 96. Because if we cannot even agree that it relates to an historical event at a point in time, and you have absolutely no knowledge that can even place it in history, it makes it an impossible task.
Well, I still think that the Commission must investigate every allegation contained in the De Lille dossier and make their recommendations and finding in the end to prove or disprove your point.
I'm sorry, Advocate Kane. Ms. Dillon, I understand where Advocate Kane is coming from. You say that this allegation that you make that the Commission should investigate, it might be something which happened long before the SDPPs, which falls outside our mandate. And she wants to determine whether this incident that you are referring to, more or less, when could it have taken place, in order to determine whether is it something that this Commission is seized with or not. I think this is what basically she's trying to find out. Are you in a position to assist us with that in order to know that this Spanish bid that you're referring to is something that happened in 1962, 1988, 1971? Basically, that's what she's trying to find out. Or 1999, when these bids were, or 98, when these bids were evaluated.
Honorable Judge, I said it under oath and in my affidavit, and I've been repeating myself 4 times now. All the allegations contained in the De Lille dossier, I have insufficient knowledge of that. Now, what more must I say? I can't answer the Honorable Advocate. We're really going around in circles. I've been saying this 5 times now.
It is that, I also didn't quite understand it. That is why I was trying to tell you exactly what Advocate Kane is trying to say. I'm still confused about this Spanish breed. I will not know what to investigate and where to start.
And certainly I will also not know, because this document has been given to me as a briefing document by concerned members of Parliament of the ANC.
Thank you, Mrs. de Lille.
Mrs. de Lille, in the allegations which you request be investigated, there is no suggestion whatsoever that this acquisition of 4 Spanish corvettes in fact took place. Do you agree with that?
I will repeat that I've asked the Commission to investigate all the allegations contained in the De Lille dossier, and that I don't have any personal knowledge because this information was given to me by concerned members of Parliament.
Very well, you have repeated that answer many times, and frankly, it's unhelpful. What we do have before the Commission is evidence from Admiral Kamerman, who was the project officer responsible for the acquisition of the corvettes. And we have his evidence that by 31 January 1995, offers from both Bazan and Yarrows had been received and subjected to evaluation. We have his evidence that the offer of Bazan Spain was assessed as superior to that of Yarrows of the UK, both technically and commercially. And we have his evidence that it was recommended for acquisition, and that was then taken to the Naval Board and presented to the Minister at the time during May 1995. And the evidence on record is that the Minister declined the request for the acquisition of 4 Spanish corvettes on the basis that a defence review first had to be completed. He took the view that there was to be a white paper on defence strategy, followed by a green paper on the required force structure, and there had to be a national process giving rise to the defence review prior to any further acquisition of arms. And so I say to you that insofar as any sense can be made of these allegations, they have already been investigated by this Commission through the evidence of Admiral Kamerman.
Honourable Judge, I must emphasise that the De Lille dossier contains allegations, which I believe that the government should investigate and this Commission should investigate. I've never claimed that the allegations prove the guilt of any person mentioned in this dossier. Thank you.
Mrs. de Lille, the point I would like you to please address, rather than repeating the mantra which you have now adopted about 10 times, is whether you agree that on the current information and based on the allegations, as difficult as they are to understand, pertaining to the Spanish bid, you would have to concede that the issue has already been investigated by this Commission.
I must emphasise that the De Lille dossier contains allegations which I believe that the Commission must investigate. I've never claimed that the allegations prove the guilt of any of the persons mentioned in the dossier.
Ms. de Lille, do you have those words written out in front of you in bright red letters that they come out so word perfect no matter what the question?
Thank you.
Let's wait for Advocate to finish a question, and from there we'll be given an opportunity to answer. Advocate Kane.
Thank you, Learned Commissioner. Mrs. de Lille, I was in the process of saying that the answer that you've now repeated so frequently and so word perfectly is obviously written out in front of you, but what it indicates, your repetition of it, is that you are unwilling to actually engage with me and answer the questions in an intelligent way.
I will repeat. I must emphasize that the Lille dossier contains allegations which I believe that the government should investigate. I've never claimed that the allegations prove the guilt of any of the persons mentioned in the dossier. Thank you.
Yes, you read rather well. Mr. de Lille, you see, the point is that unless there's some content to the allegations, and unless the allegations fall within the Commission's mandate, then repeating that phrase is unhelpful. Let me take you to another issue, though. To some extent, the validity, authenticity, and indeed weight of the allegations depends on who made them. And you have said they were made by members of the ANC who were members of Parliament at the time. I do want to say to you that it is rather odd that members of Parliament who were also members of the ANC were not even able to spell the current Deputy President, Thabo Mbeki's name correctly.
I'm sorry, why are you referring to?
May I refer you to page 12, paragraph 4, and if you cast your eye over the second line, you may pick up the spelling to which I refer. Are you there, Mr. Law? Page 12, paragraph 4, second line. Now, there have been allegations in the press, and I would like you to comment on this, please, that you attended a funeral of a person known as Becky Jacobs, and apparently he also went by the name Hassan Solomon. And various comments were attributed to you, which indicated that you accepted or named him as the person responsible for much of the information in the de Lille dossier. Is that correct or not?
Honourable Judge, I must emphasize that the de Lille dossier contains allegations which I believe that the government should investigate. I have never claimed that the allegations prove the guilt of any persons mentioned in the dossier.
Mr. Lille, you see, what you have just done has just underscored the point I made a few moments ago, that you are actually unwilling to engage with me and answer my questions. I'm going to ask you to answer the question I made, not repeat the same phrase that you have already repeated many times.
Honourable Judge, I will certainly not be told what to do. I will repeat that phrase until it sinks in.
Learned Commissioner.
Mrs. de Lille, with the greatest of respect, you're not answering the question. You know, if it's all whatever question that they ask you, give us the same phrase. That is not being helpful at all. Just listen to the last question very carefully and try and answer it. Because that answer that you are not giving, it's not helpful at all. Advocate Kane, if you don't mind, can you repeat that question? And let's see if Mrs. de Lille will answer that question.
Thank you. I certainly will repeat it. Ms. de Lille, the question pertained to my putting to you that the allegations, weight, and authenticity is important when you seek for this commission to investigate them. And so I had put to you that there were reports that you had attributed much of the information in the de Lille dossier to a person that went by the name of Becky Jacobs or Hassan Solomon. He apparently had more than one name. And you said that he was responsible for much of the information, and I asked you to say whether that was correct or not.
Honourable Judge, can I have a copy of that report? Can I see what you are talking about? And then I will respond later.
Ms. de Lille, you don't need a copy of a press report, because all I'm saying to you is that there were reports. The content was, in effect, that you attributed a lot of the information in the de Lille dossier to a certain person, Becky Jacobs, and I asked whether, in fact, you ever did that.
Honourable Judge, can I have a copy of the report and I will verify and read the report and then respond? We're talking here about years ago. Can I see the report for you, please? Thank you.
Let me ask you this. Did you attend the funeral of Becky Jacobs during about September 2008?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak to the press on that particular occasion?
I would like to see the report that the Honourable Advocate is referring to before I comment, Honourable Judge.
Ms. de Lille, I will hand my learned friend who appears for you here today a copy of that report when I finish asking the balance of my questions, and then we'll have to return to this issue once you've had an opportunity to have a look at it. I do, however, find your refusal to engage with me on a very simple question quite unacceptable. But let us move on then to the next topic. And that would pertain to the other set of allegations that you require this commission to investigate. And you will find those in your Annexure A to your statement. And it's paragraph 1A, namely the price of the equipment. Have you managed to locate it? There you list a number of questions, and really what I'm seeking is your assistance to clarify so that it could make investigation sensible and possible. The first thing is stated as follows. The Gripen, which sells for $32 million per plane, was sold to South Africa for $65 million. Now, did you ever consult with anybody who had this kind of knowledge of what other countries had purchased the Gripen for? And if not, where did you get this information?
Honourable Judge, it says, I've requested the Commission to investigate the following allegations which are contained in the de Lille dossier. And then it says A, the price of the equipment on the pages 8 to 9 in the dossier, whether the Gripen sells for that and whether the British Hawk and whether this sells for that. I've asked the Commission to investigate. Thank you.
Well, as I understand it then, all that is required is to check what South Africa actually purchased these items of equipment for, and if we were to have that evidence as to what South Africa paid for the equipment, it would substantially address your concerns. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, Advocate. Thank you.
You see, because in these questions seems to be the implication of knowledge of what this type of equipment generally sold for. And if that is the case, that is the investigation you require, then in fairness, you do need to say sold to whom, and was what was sold the same equipment as that purchased by this country, because you'll be well aware, if you followed the evidence before the Commission, that these items of equipment were specifically adapted according to our own South African National Defence Forces requirements.
Honourable Judge, I've requested the Commission to investigate the following allegations which are contained in the de Lille dossier. Under A, whether the price of the equipment on pages 8 to 9, whether the Gripen which sells for 32 million per plane was sold to South Africa for 65 million. I've asked that that be investigated. Thank you.
Mrs. de Lille, if you wouldn't mind having a look at the 5th bullet point in this list pertaining to the cost of different items of equipment, you may there see the difficulty with which we are faced. Augusta helicopters have cost 55 million, and the Bell helicopter would have cost 12 million rand each. I'm sure I don't need to say to you that that is a virtually incomprehensible complaint. One requires from you some clarification as to whether the allegation is that all the Augusta helicopters in total cost 55 million, or whether each Augusta helicopter, and if so, how many of them, cost 55 million, so that the comparison with the Bell helicopters at an alleged 12 million rand each has some value.
Honourable Judge, again, it refers to the price of the equipment on pages 8 of 9 contained in the de Lille dossier, and I ask the Commission to investigate whether that is in fact so. Thank you.
You see, the complaint is that pages 8 and 9 do indeed contain a list of complaints similar to the ones you've articulated in your Annexure A. But since you have restated the complaints, one could reasonably have expected you yourself to apply your mind as to what is meant by the complaint. And it appears to me that you have absolutely no understanding whatsoever of the content of the complaint.
Honourable Judge, I have transferred that information into my question, where I request the Commission to investigate the allegations contained on those pages. I thank you.
Ms. de Lille, that really leaves the Department of Defence in the position where it is extremely difficult to ascertain what it is that you require be done that has not already been done. Extremely difficult to ascertain whether there are further documents that have not already been provided to the Commission. And indeed, in the absence of your assistance in defining and clarifying these requests, there is really very little that the Department of Defence can do to take these matters further in assisting the Commission in its investigation. So I must say, on behalf of the Department of Defence, that your approach in responding to my questions is disappointing. Be that as it may, I will leave it at that for now and pick up my cross-examination with the learned Commissioner's leave once you've had an opportunity to examine the press article to which I referred earlier. Thank you, Commissioners. We are going to attend to having copies made of that article and distributed as the cross-examination proceeds in order not to waste any time.
So I'm suggesting that somebody else can cross-examine whilst you make copies.
Yes, Commissioner.
Good, thank you. Advocate Mairani?
As the Commission places, Mr. Chairperson, maybe before Advocate Moiran can say, because he said he would like to be last, can I just maybe hop in the middle?
I'm sorry, by the way, you have only one question. Okay.
I suggest I amended that to one issue.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
As the Commission places. Mr. de Lille, as I've already indicated to the Commission that I will be interested only in one issue, and that issue is specifically covered on page 6 of your statement. The first paragraph, which relates to the issues of the NIP, if I might call them. And having taken cue from the fact that you are indicating that you are not accusing anybody of any fraud or any kind of impropriety, but just that you would like the Commission to investigate. I just want to go to this particular issue. With regards to the offsets for 110 billion rand and the 65,000 jobs, will you dispute the fact that these particular figures were projections?
Honourable Advocate, what I did say was that, and I can admit that I did not do any assessment of what was finally delivered on the NIPs and DIPs, except the questions that we have asked in Parliament. So I am not aware about the final figures or the latest figures as of now. And I was, because I was expressing my view, making also that there's this perception out there that not all the NIPs and DIPs have been delivered. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, I understand you, Ms. de Lille, but I was just trying to find out from you that will you accept that these were indeed projections?
The projections of the NIPs and DIPs, or the 65,000 jobs.
Yes, is the projections of the total NIPs for the jobs and also for the investments?
The projections for the 65,000 jobs, I have said that the 65,000 jobs, as far as I know, and with the last information that I've checked, that when I was still a Member of Parliament, that we did not reach that figure of 65,000. I further said this morning...
Mrs. de Lille, I'm sorry. Just listen to the question very carefully. The question is, do you accept that these figures were projections at that time? That is all I think the question is.
Yes.
Do you accept that these were projections?
Yes, I accept that, Honourable Judge.
Thank you.
And having accepted that these are just projections, you have indicated in your evidence that these particular projections are a lie by officials to their principals. Do you admit that you said that?
I admit that I said that, Honourable Judge, and I would like to withdraw it. Thank you.
So it's withdrawn that this was a lie?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. de Lille said that he would like to withdraw that statement. That statement is withdrawn, so it no longer exists.
Mr. Chairperson and Ms. de Lille, I must say that's how far I would have liked to go, as the Commission pleases.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. Advocate Moran.
Thank you, Chairperson. Referring to the same page, Ms. de Lille, page 6. Have you found the page? Yes. It says on November 18th, 1999, Cabinet approved the core force equipment subject to the availability of funding. You see that sentence?
Sorry, Judge, I didn't hear the last part, Advocate.
You confirm that sentence in the so-called de Lille dossier.
Confirm the sentence.
Do you see it?
I see the sentence, but I'm not confirming it. I'm saying that I accept that the 65,000 was projections. Am I understand you correctly, Advocate?
No, you don't understand me correctly. I'm not asking you about the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Dill, can you switch off?
Yes, it's now off.
It's now off.
Yes,
oh, okay,
yes,
okay, thank you.
No, I'm not asking you about the projections. I'm not asking you about the 65,000 jobs. I'm just asking you about the very first sentence, that's all. In other words, the sentence that reads, on November the 18th, 1999, the Cabinet approved the core force equipment subject to the availability of funding. That's all I'm asking you about.
Now, do you want me to confirm that sentence?
Yes, that's all.
But I cannot just confirm one sentence in this document when I have asked and I have said in my introduction that I have insufficient personal knowledge regarding the allegations contained therein and to assist the Commission by way of oral evidence. That is still my view, Honourable Advocate. And accordingly ask the contents of the dossier to be investigated.
Mr. de Lille, this is not a trick question. Let me ask you in a different way. Is it correct that on the 18th of November 1999, the Cabinet approved the core force equipment subject to availability of funding?
I'm going to repeat, Honourable Judge, that this page 6 is part of the de Lille dossier in total. And I have said before that I have insufficient personal knowledge regarding the allegations contained in this document and therefore have asked that they be investigated by the Commission.
As on the 18th of November 1999, in fact, do you know when Cabinet approved the core force equipment? Do you know the date?
I've said that I have insufficient personal knowledge of the information contained in this document to assist the Commission by way of oral evidence, and accordingly I've asked for the contents, the complete contents of this document to be investigated. Thank you, Judge.
Well, let me assist you. It's common cause, and there's been evidence before this Commission that on the 18th of November 1998, not 1999, 1998, Cabinet approved force equipment subject to affordability. Are you in a position to remember that? Now, not relating to this document, but just relating to what you know of the arms procurement history.
I will repeat again, I did not follow every day the submissions by whoever in this Arms Deal Commission, and deliberately so, because I have sent my submission to the Commission stating full well that the only thing that I want from this Commission is that I have insufficient personal knowledge regarding the allegations contained in the complete dossier. and therefore I ask the Commission to investigate. If in the end the Commission come to the finding or recommendation that in fact what you say, Advocate Morani, is correct, then so be it.
The problem, Mr. Lille, is that you sort of anticipate and you expect that it's a trick question, and yet it's very simple. Now, do you know who the president of the country was on the 18th of November 1998?
I mean, that we all know is our beloved Tata Madiba.
Precisely. Now, he was part of the cabinet that approved the acquisition subject to availability of funds, not so?
We're going the same route where I have to repeat that I want all the allegations of which the sentence that Advocate Morani is asking about, it's part of the De Lille dossier, that I want the Commission to investigate the whole dossier. That is what I'm asking for, Honourable Judge.
Mr. Lille, I think it's common cause that as at that date, 18th of November 1998, President Mandela was the president of the country. He was also head of the national executive. Not so?
I was a member of Parliament, yes, he was.
Thank you very much. Now, are you making any allegation whatsoever that President Mandela or any member of his cabinet were guilty of any fraud or corruption relating to the arms procurement decision?
Said in my affidavit that I have insufficient personal knowledge regarding the allegations contained in the dossier to assist the Commission by way of oral evidence. It's very clear. I further said, Advocate Morani, having said that, I was still called to come here, and which I did, and I complied with the summons. And then some of the questions I made this morning was really some of my views that I expressed around the issues. But the official position is that I've asked the Commission, Judicial Commission of Inquiry, to investigate all the allegations contained in the De Lille dossier, and that include what Advocate Morani is asking me now. Thank you.
In other words, I understand you to be saying that you are not making any allegations that President Mandela, Deputy President Mbeki, Minister Joe Modise, Deputy Minister Castrols, Minister Likota, Minister Trevor Manuel, you are not making any allegation that they are guilty of any fraud or corruption relating to their roles in the arms procurement.
Honourable Advocate Morani, the document says briefing to Patricia de Lille, Honourable Member of Parliament. And that is the document that I have submitted to the Commission, asking that all the allegations contained in that document be investigated, and that I don't have personal knowledge of the allegations contained because the document was given to me.
Thank you. Now let's go to that aspect of the document being given to you. Now, I don't quite follow your evidence regarding to the circumstances of how you came to be in possession of this document. In fact, I do not know what your evidence is. Did one human being give you this document?
A human being with 2 legs and 2 arms and hands. Normal human being. Advocate.
Now, was this particular human being a member of Parliament, or was that particular human being not a member of Parliament?
The document was delivered to me, or given to me, by concerned members of Parliament.
You see, that's where I'm confused by your evidence. At one stage, you were given this document by a human being with 2 legs and 2 arms. In the next breath, you are given this document by members, concerned members of the ANC. What is the correct version?
Now, I've responded, Honourable Judge, to Honourable Morani's question about a human being, and I simply wanted to describe a human being. He said a human being, and I said a human being with 2 arms and 2 legs, because that is what the Honourable Advocate asked me about. But the document says, which I've asked and I've placed before the Commission, that this was a briefing to Honourable Member Patricia de Lille, coming from concerned members of Parliament of the ANC.
Yes, the document might have said that, but the question was not what the document says. The question was who actually physically handed this document to you. Was it one person, or was it a group of people?
The document was handed to me by a group of concerned members of Parliament from the ANC.
Who are those people? What are their names?
I'm also said in my affidavit on page, if I can just assist, on page 2 of my affidavit, Honourable Advocate, under page 6, that the information was given to me in confidence, and I will not reveal the source. I have insufficient personal knowledge regarding the allegations contained therein to assist the Commission by way of oral evidence. I accordingly merely ask for the contents of the dossier to be investigated.
Mr. Lille, why do you not want to disclose the names of these so-called concerned ANC members?
Because my word is my honor, Advocate Morani, I have promised them that I will not do so.
I think you have stated to the Commission that you attended the funeral of Bheki Jacobs, of course, who goes by other names. Now, did you know him personally?
I did not know him personally as a friend or an acquaintance, no.
In what capacity did you know him?
I know him that in the beginning when I met with the ANC members of, concerned ANC members of Parliament, when they handed the document to me, they made reference to him, but I didn't know him.
What reference did they make to him?
Honourable Advocate, on page 2, that the information was given to me in confidence and I will not reveal the source.
I'm not asking you to reveal the source. All I'm asking you is that what did they say concerning Mr. Bheki Jacobs?
I am not prepared, like I said before, to reveal names of the members of parliament and what they said about Mr. Bheki Jacobs.
In your interactions with Mr. Bheki Jacobs, did he tell you about the arms acquisition?
No, Advocate.
Did he give you any documents? That's Mr. Bheki Jacobs.
No, Advocate.
Did you know that Mr. Bheki Jacobs was a well-known confidence trickster?
What, Advocate?
In short, he was a con man of note.
No, I did not know, Advocate.
Now, moving on to the Khan, Advocate Khan issue. Remember, you told the Commission that you spoke to Advocate Khan concerning a document which later was handed to former Minister Maduna and President Mbeki.
What I said, Advocate, was that Advocate Khan invited me to his office. He was together with a senior counsel. I only know that he's from Bloemfontein, but I can't remember the name. Yes?
That was Advocate Jan Libbe.
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you for that. What Advocate Khan informed me was to say that he is being asked by Minister Peniel Maduna that President Mbeki wanted to know whether this dossier contained any prima facie evidence, and that he must sit, the two of them, him and Advocate Libbe, must sit with me and they must work through the document. So, almost like all of the same answers that I gave today, I informed the two, Advocate Khan and Advocate Libbe, that this information was handed to me. That was after I was subpoenaed by the NPA and I was interviewed by Advocate Gerda Ferreira. Then we said, and they asked a lot of questions, I can't remember all the detail anymore, but finally at about after 3-4 hours, I was released and they were then going to give a report to Minister Peniel Maduna, which claimed that he wanted it on behalf of President Thabo Mbeki. Now, when I make reference to the Business Day report, I've asked the evidence leader, Advocate Libbe, early on if they've got a copy of that report that appeared in the Business Day. And I'm still waiting to get a copy from them. But basically what it was saying was that that Advocate Khan advised the minister that in fact there was a need to investigate the document. But that the president, when the president spoke on national television, said that he was advised that there was no evidence or there was no need to further investigate, or there was no prima facie evidence. I can't recall correctly. And that is what Advocate Khan disputed. And then ask the Department of Justice to correct it, failing which he will then publish this article. And the article did appear in the Business Day. I don't know if Advocate has got a copy of it. I'm trying to get a copy just to refresh my memory. I did also mention it to the evidence leaders when I had one of the interviews with them and asked them to get us a copy of that article. That's my recollection.
I take it, for obvious reasons, you do not have access to, and you never saw, the report that advocates Lubbe and Khan furnished to Minister Maduna.
You're correct, Advocate. I've seen the Business Day article.
So, if one were to suggest to you that in the report that reached President Mbeki, there was no allegation of the facts in that dossier amounting to a prima facie case, you would not be in a position to dispute that.
You're correct, Advocate.
Thank you. Let's move on. You also had certain things to say about the JIT report. I think you used the word whitewash. You recall that?
I did say it was a whitewash.
And that was a report furnished by the former Public Protector, former Auditor General, and the Office of the National Prosecuting Authority.
Yes, Advocate.
In that report, was there any finding of fraud or corruption attributable to the cabinet or any member of the cabinet?
If I can recall, Advocate, there were key findings and some recommendation on also procedural issues. But the gist of the report really was that there was no wrongdoing or irregularities in the primary contractors, with the primary contractors. And those are the primary contractors that government engaged with directly. The report did suggest that there was some wrongdoing with the secondary contracts, with subcontractors and that. That to me is what I understood the basis of the report to be.
Yes, you're quite correct. You're quite correct. Yes. Yeah. And then why would you then regard that as a whitewash?
I did that, Advocate, because of the exclusion of the Special Investigating Unit. And as you can recall, there was quite an issue around that exclusion. In fact, as members of Parliament, we questioned why. And I was one of the people that did not really accept some of the reasons that were given as to why that particular important structure was excluded, because that is the only structure, as far as I know at the time, that was able to cancel contracts if there were found to be any irregularities.
Is it correct that at the time the criticism was directed at the exclusion of former Judge Heath?
It was directed at the exclusion of the SIU. Judge Heath was the head, but the SIU is governed by SIU Act. Can't remember exactly the act, but we wanted the organization of the SIU to be involved.
In particular, you, Ms. de Lille, didn't you want, in particular, Justice, as he then was, Heath, to be part of the investigating team? I'm now distinguishing between the unit and Judge Heath. Didn't you want him to be part of the investigating team?
Well, as you can recall, Advocate, I also said that in November of 1999, I also gave some documents to Advocate Heath, but he was representing the SIU, not as an individual. So it was never about excluding the individual, it was about excluding this mechanism that we've got within an Act of Parliament that could have assisted with the investigation.
No, Mr. Lille, I'm referring about you personally. Didn't you want him as a person to be involved in the investigation, Judge Heath?
Now, to me, it's not about the person, Advocate, really. It is about what the law prescribed. He was the head of the organization, but the Act is clear as to what is the legal mandate of the SIU.
You are no doubt aware of the Constitutional Court judgment in the South African personal injury lawyers case, which says it was inappropriate for a judge to head that unit.
That certainly did happen, but we're not talking about that now. That came afterwards. Before that, before the establishment of it was not before the establishment of the JITT. I think that came afterwards, if I recall correctly.
Let's come to the question of the German prosecutors. Would it not be correct that you were informed by those German prosecutors that there was nothing they could do about the allegations that you wanted them to investigate?
I didn't ask them to investigate all of this. I knew that they had asked South Africa for legal assistance, and I wanted to know, what are you investigating? They certainly record that they've asked South Africa for legal assistance, and also so did the Serious Fraud Office in the UK also asked South Africa for legal assistance to investigate, and that's why I went from Germany to the UK.
I see. You went to the UK, and did you speak to the Serious Fraud Office people?
Yes, I did speak to them, Advocate, and at that stage they were awaiting a reply from, I don't know whether it was our Foreign Affairs Department or our Justice Department, but they've shown me the letters that they've written to South Africa for us for legal assistance.
So, did you get any joy from them?
No, I didn't get any joy from them, Advocate. It was merely to find out what they could share in terms of their investigation into all of these allegations around the procurement package that I was interested in.
You also referred in your evidence to an approach by Minister Lekota. Is it correct that he asked you to share with him any information you had with regard to any fraud or corruption relating to the arms acquisition?
He made that request in Parliament. And I responded to that earlier on, Advocate, by saying that it's not to give information to a head of state or a minister if you want investigations. And it's for that reason that I didn't want to give them any information, but instead opted to go and lay charges.
But my question is, did you actually respond to Minister Lekota? He approached you directly. Did you respond to him directly?
No, he never approached me directly, he never even wrote me a letter. He was saying that in Parliament, no.
Did you respond?
I could not respond because he never put an official request to me. He only made that, only said that in his speech in Parliament.
Well, my instructions are that Minister Lekota was up to today waiting for a response from you.
I can assure you, Honourable Advocate, he must show you the letter that he's written to me. What I do recall too is that there was another question put to Minister Lekota by somebody from the Freedom Front related to also some of these allegations, also in Parliament and then a Parliament record.
And in any event, you have already indicated to the Commission that you did not submit this information to President Mbeki, then President Mbeki. But didn't you think that if you were to do this, he might have appointed a Commission of Inquiry?
Honourable Advocate, when you're a Member of Parliament, you have to work within the rules of Parliament. And what I did on the 9th of September was to go to Parliament and call for a Judicial Commission of Inquiry. So that's on the record of Parliament. And so the President was part of Parliament. He came to Parliament quite often to answer questions. We had a leader of government business in Parliament, Honourable Jacob Zuma. And they had to take that request to President Mbeki, and then President Mbeki could have then said, but give me more information so I can establish a Judicial Commission of Inquiry. And so that is the procedure that had to be followed.
Final issue. You also mentioned the case of Mr. Tony Yengeni. I think it's common knowledge that he was convicted in respect of unlawfully accepting a discount and not disclosing that to Parliament, or something to that effect. Now, did, in your knowledge, Mr. Yengeni's activities in any way influence the process of the decision relating to the acquisition of the arms?
You just repeat that, Advocate.
Did Mr. Yengeni in any way influence the decision? In other words, did he influence interministerial committee or the final decision maker, cabinet, in their decision to acquire these arms?
Mr. Yengeni was convicted by a court of law in South Africa for a criminal offence. Like all of us are equal and subject to the law. his arrest and prosecution is a criminal matter. And I'm trying to understand how you're linking this criminal matter.
Just hold on, Ms. de Lille.
Yes.
I'm going to ask Advocate Moerane to repeat the question and just listen carefully to the question so that we can give him an appropriate answer. Advocate Moerane, can you just repeat the question?
Yes, Commissioner. Now, did Mr. Tony Yengeni influence the decision to acquire these arms?
Mr. Tony Ngeni, as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Defense, having had an oversight role over the executive, could have possibly influenced the procedures, because as members of parliament we had to provide oversight over the executive. But I don't have any proof of that. I say it could have possibly influenced it.
Well, I take it you followed his trial. As far as you are concerned, from the evidence in the case, was there any evidence at all of him influencing the decision to acquire these arms?
No, Advocate Moran, I did not follow the trial. In fact, I remember there were a number of delays before the trial was finally concluded. And I didn't also look at the record of the court.
I see. You also mentioned certain amounts of money which you said were paid to the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. You recall that?
What I was saying, Advocate, that on the 6th of November 2007, and I did read earlier on the statement that I've made in Parliament to the Commission about the 500,000 rand to 3 organizations. And then I made further reference to the Mail and Guardian report of the 14th to the 20th of December 2007, where they also made reference to the three payments.
Yes, but do you have any personal knowledge of such payments?
Advocate Morani, when I was in America, in Germany, in consultation with the head of the prosecuting authority there, they showed me the checks. But I didn't get copies of the checks. I just saw them. They didn't want to give me copies. But I saw them.
Yes, you saw checks, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you personally know or have personal knowledge of payments to the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, to the ANC, to Mrs. Gracia Michelle's organization. Do you have any personal knowledge of that? It's one thing having sight of a check. A check doesn't actually tell you to whom who actually received the money.
No, Advocate, what I'm saying, what I said in Parliament, that this money was paid into account in Switzerland, and also the name of the bank that was given to me. I didn't see personally that it got into the banking account and out, you know, the normal money transfers. But this is what I was shown.
Thank you. Advocate Kane?
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask whether Mr. Lille can read the report that was given to us, and can she take a few minutes to read it quite carefully before the questioning starts around this newspaper article?
Come again?
I would like Mr. Lille to have an opportunity, a few minutes perhaps, because this newspaper report has become of some importance, for her to read it, perhaps 2 or 3 minutes for her to read it carefully before Advocate Kane resumes with her questions.
So you're asking that we should adjourn for some few minutes?
No.
Mhm.
We would like to get on with it, Chair, but if she can just sit and read it for a few minutes before the questions start.
In that case, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes.
And if we could be informed who the reporter is that is the author of this article as well, perhaps on record.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll come back after 5 minutes.
It's not attributed to me. It doesn't say by who, both the first sentence and the sixth sentence or paragraph in this document. Thank you.
Ms. de Lille, let me deal with that answer one step at a time. The sentence that is very squarely attributed to you is the one saying he has done a lot. A lot of information is out there that he is responsible for. He was just really protecting his country. He wanted to see his country succeed. Now, since that is attributed to you, do you deny having said words to that effect?
If you'd listen, Honourable Advocate, I've said that I did say those words. The query here is that the question around the headline. The headlines say the man described as the main source for the De Lille dossier. And then the sentence where it also said he was the source of the De Lille dossier. I'm saying that that sentence is not attributed to me. My name is not there, but you can see the next sentence is attributed to me because it's De Lille said. And then the next sentence is attributed to me and De Lille said, and that is correct. That is what I'm saying.
May I summarize then what I think you would expect the Commission to accept? It would be that you attended a stranger's funeral, that you had words to speak about him pertaining to information out there that pertain to the protection of his country and wishing to see his country succeed, but that you would deny that there was any link between him and the De Lille dossier. Is that what you want this Commission to accept?
We are dealing here, Honourable Judge, with a media release, which clearly there's any sentence here about that he was the source attributed to me. But the other sentences or paragraphs attributed to me, I accept that I've said that. I accept it, and yes, I did go to the funeral.
You see, Mr. Lille, it leaves one with a very improbable scenario, and it is this, that notwithstanding that you went to a stranger's funeral, a person whom you did not know personally as a friend or acquaintance, and notwithstanding that on your own admission you spoke to the press about the information he was responsible for in the context of allegations of bribery and corruption in the arms deal. Notwithstanding all of that, the Commission must disregard the balance of the article that links him to the De Lille dossier. And that part only they must reject as inaccurate, according to you.
The Commission can decide whatever they want to come with their findings, and I will respect that. Thank you.
Mr. Lille, do you know that Mr. Andrew Feinstein writes about Becky Jacobs as having been the source of the information for you? Do you know that?
No, Advocate, I don't know that.
Thank you. It seems that, unlike you, or perhaps that's unfair, he, like you, went and spoke to Becky Jacobs, and he writes about it. I'd like to read you what he writes, and I would like to ask you a question at the end of it, but if you wouldn't mind just listening, I'll try and make it a short extract. For the record, it appears at page 169 of the book entitled After the Party by Andrew Feinstein. If I may paraphrase to place some context, he understands that this man, Becky Jacobs, is the source of the information for you. He goes to find him and speak to him and meets with him. He says that he then, over the next 3 hours, Becky spoke almost without pause. He claimed the arms deal had been plotted during the World Trade Center negotiations. And he goes on to say that he alleged that the ANC was full of murderers, drug dealers, and common criminals. And now I'm quoting, when I eventually emerged, punch drunk and exhausted by this verbal onslaught, it gradually occurred to me that over the past few hours, almost the only people in the ANC Mbeki hadn't maligned were Barbara Hogan and myself. Were there any elements of truth in what Mbeki had said about the arms deal? Or was it part of a vast, sprawling fantasy that he had woven in his head? This was, after all, a man who, uniquely, had been both jailed briefly for plotting to kill the president and, virtually at the same time, accused of being Mbeki's master spy. My instinct was that there were kernels of truth embedded amidst the flamboyant hyperbole and some outright fabrication. And he ends it there. What would you say about his instinct? That there were some kernels of truth, but that it was flamboyant hyperbole and some outright fabrication.
Advocate to Andrew Feinstein, the author of the book, and also the context in which he said it, and I can't answer for him. Thank you.
I had understood that you had had your own conversations with Becky Jacobs, or was I incorrect in that understanding?
I have said it, but it's in Andrew's book, and what he's written, he must clarify what he has written. I'm not in a position to clarify what he wrote. Thank you.
I think you may have understood me, Mr. Lille. I was not suggesting that you had had conversations with Andrew Feinstein. I was asking you whether my understanding of your evidence was correct. And that understanding was that you had had conversations with this person called Becky Jacobs yourself.
But how does that relate to what Andrew's writing in his book? I think you must still ask Andrew Feinstein, Honourable Advocate, to explain to you what he's written in his own book.
Mrs. de Lille,
Yes.
just listen to the question carefully.
I do.
I'm sure you're in a position to answer it, because I understand the question. It seems to be a simple question, and you seem to be answering something else.
No, I'm not answering something
Can
else.
I ask Advocate Kane to repeat the question, and then let's try and answer the question. Advocate Kane, can you just repeat that question?
Yes, certainly, Commissioner. Mr. Lille, the question is, have you spoken to Becky Jacobs or not?
The question that I've spoken to Becky Jacobs, yes.
And did you assess in your conversations with him whether or not his allegations pertaining to the arms deal were reliable?
I did not do that assessment. That is in the book of Mr. Andrew Feinstein, and you must ask him. Thank you.
Did your discussions with Becky Jacobs pertain to the arms deal?
My discussion with Mr. Becky Jacobs pertained to the arms deal, yes.
Mr. Lille, then you see the reasonable inference from your refusal to answer the second question out of those three is that, notwithstanding that you spoke to Becky Jacobs about the arms deal, that you were not prepared to make any assessment of whether the allegations had merit or came from an authentic source before you released them in the form of the de Lille dossier.
We're going back to the first question, Honourable Judge. The de Lille dossier came to me as a briefing document. And that briefing document, I have then put before the Commission to investigate. I've also said in my affidavit under oath that I do not have enough personal knowledge on the allegations contained in the de Lille dossier and therefore I'm asking the Commission to investigate. That is still my position.
You see, Mr. Lille, you've been to a great deal of trouble over the years in order to publicise the allegations in the De Lille dossier and press for their investigation. And all I'm saying to you is that a person in your position should and could have made some reasonable investigations as to the basis and authenticity of these allegations.
Can I hear what did I do to put out this information into the public? Because I went to Parliament, which is a public area, to ask for a Judicial Commission of Inquiry as a Member of Parliament.
Mr. Lille, you are not entitled to require me to answer questions, but all I do in closing is say to you that the evidence leader took you through a number of steps that you took to try and ensure that these allegations were investigated, including the travel to Germany, the briefing of Mr. Heath, and so on. And so I put it to you that it would have been reasonable for a person in your position and with that interest to have investigated, to some extent anyway, the allegations to ascertain whether there was any authenticity and certainly any reasonableness in them.
It's not my duty. As a member of a member of Parliament and a public representative, I certainly raise these issues. And as I explained earlier on, I've even attempted to go and lay charges so that these things could be investigated and people be afforded the opportunity to state their side of the case in an open court of law. That's my role.
So can I conclude then that you accept fully that you make no independent inquiries regarding your source and that you are prepared to be used as a mouthpiece without making independent inquiries into very serious allegations?
For the sake of my country, I'm prepared to do it because it was serious allegations referring to people in very high positions. And as a Member of Parliament, I used the legal mechanism available to me to go to Parliament and call for a Judicial Commission of Inquiry. And if asked to do it again, I will do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, learned commissioners. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any examination?
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman. Just on the last point, Mr. Lille, you started your evidence by referring to paragraph 5 of your affidavit at page 1, where you say that you should point out that 2 persons mentioned in the dossier, Messias Shabir Sheikh and Tony Ngeni, were subsequently investigated, charged and convicted of serious transgressions relating to their involvement in the arms deal. And then you mention a 3rd person. And then you go on to say, this strengthened my belief that the allegations in the dossier should be investigated. Is that your primary argument? Because this is the only argument. The reason I'm asking you is this is the only argument that you mention here which you suggest gives the dossier some credibility.
Through your Honourable Judge, yes, that is indeed the case.
Then I just want to go back briefly to the cross-examination of Ms. Kane when she started, and you can keep at page 2 of the affidavit. Because at the bottom of page 2 of the affidavit in paragraph 9, you say that you described in summary form the topics covered by the De Lille dossier in other matter which I want the Arms Procurement Commission to investigate, and you list them in Annexure A there too. Some considerable time was then spent on trying to analyze these bullets, and if I may cut to the chase, it was suggested to you that it is an impossible task to investigate the allegations as put here. And the first issue that was raised was the Spanish bid. Now, can I just go to Annexure A, and you see there Roman 1, Spanish bid, and then you say there, the allegations of corruption was whether Jayendra Naidu was involved with Worldwide Investment Limited, WALE, and whether the Spaniards promised WALE 3 oil tankers interest-free. But then Advocate Kane took you to page 10 of the numbered pages under the heading, Let's Examine the Bids. She spent what felt to me like a long time, but I'm sure for you even longer, a long period of time discussing number 1, the 3 paragraphs under there, and the deal with Spain that refers to a period of 3 years earlier. But as I understand what you say, you wanted to investigate is not that. It is under allegations of corruption, which Ms. Kane didn't refer you to at all, under the heading allegations of corruption. Is that right?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't quite understand the question. Can you perhaps rephrase the question so that I can understand what you're trying to find out from Mr. Lee?
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to find out, the suggestion to Mr. Lille was that the allegations that you want to have investigated would fall outside the scope of the Commission because they refer to the Spanish bid, and that bid took place a period 3 years before 1999. What I'm asking Mr. Lille is whether she wants that to be investigated or whether she wants the statement referred to in Annexure A, which is that Jayendra Naidu was involved with Worldwide Investment Limited and that the Spaniards promised WALE 3 oil tankers interest-free. Which one of the two does she want to be investigated?
Can I answer, Judge? Yes. Like I said in my statement under oath, just switch off. Johan? Okay. Is that I want all the allegations contained in the De Lille dossier to be investigated.
But if I can just ask you on the Annexure A, what you say there is that you want to have the connection of Jayendra Naidu and his involvement with WALE investigated.
Yes, Judge.
Then if I can keep you at Annexure A, there is a second issue which was mentioned, and that is that the allegation about the Augusta helicopters having cost 55 million rand and the Bell helicopter having cost 12 million each is on the face of it not capable of being investigated because one would need to know whether it's 55 million each for the helicopters, the Augusta helicopters as I understand it, or whether the total price was 55 million. Can you recall that?
Yes, through you, Honourable Judge, I did. Yes, Honorable Judge, I did say that the allegations on page 8 to 9, all of that must be investigated. And I did also ask the question as to whether those difference in prices is correct and whether that can also be investigated.
Mr. Lille, if I may repeat it just slightly differently, it was suggested to you that these allegations of yours, or they're not of yours, of the De Lille dossier, are confusing and incapable of investigation because one would need to know whether the 55 million relates to all the Augusta helicopters or whether it was each. Can you recall that?
Sorry, through you, Judge, you make reference to the question by Honorable Advocate Kane.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I have repeated, Advocate Val, that I want and I requested the Commission of Inquiry to investigate all the allegations contained in the De Lille dossier.
Yes, that would make sense, Mr. Lille, because if you go to page 9,
oh, sorry.
if you go to page 9, then in the second sentence there, it says the 40 Augusta helicopters will cost 55 million each, whereas as a Bell helicopter will cost 12 million. So it does actually make it clear if there's any confusion, if there was any confusion for the Department of Defense on that particular issue, you would refer them to the dossier.
That is correct, Advocate Val.
Then just a final issue, Mr. Chairman. You said in your response to Advocate Murama that you have never seen the report compiled by Advocates Khan and Libbe, as I understand it. You've only read what was said about that in the business day. Now, would you like to see that report, and would you like the Commission to consider the report that was compiled by Khan/Libbe?
Advocate De Waal, I did in one of the two meetings I held with the evidence leaders make reference to that report and asked them if they could get that copy of the report for the purpose of the inquiry. And I even earlier on made inquiries if that report is there. I will certainly go and get the report, and then I do think that that needs to be investigated by the Commission. The report and then link to the article in the business day.
I'm sorry, let me just understand what are we expected to investigate. We must investigate the report by the Attorney General, or what are we expected to investigate? And what will be the link between that report and our mandate? Maybe, Advocate Duval, if you can just explain that to me, because I'm getting a bit confused now.
Honorable Judge, what I'm saying is that there's a report compiled by Advocate Frank Khan that was given to the Minister. Now, I say I did not see that report. I have seen the article in the business day. So if the Commission want to verify whether what was written in the business day is the same that was in the report, and that is why I asked the evidence leader if we could get the original report from Advocate Khan, because I've only seen the business day report.
Yeah, I don't understand why should we get this report, you know. It's just that I'm trying to find out how relevant is this report to our mandate. Because we are told that, no, we must try and get this report. Maybe Advocate Duval, if you can just
Yes.
try and assist me there.
Mr. Chairman, the relevance is that Advocate Khan was head of public prosecutions in the Western Cape, and his assessments of the evidence in Mr. Lille's dossier would be of some persuasive power, I would suggest, as to whether it's credit-worthy and needs to be investigated at all, since we've already spent about 15 minutes or 20 minutes to try and identify the source of the de Lille dossier in an attempt to suggest that it's not a credible source and that there's nothing credible in the de Lille dossier. So I would suggest from that point of view it would be useful to have regard to the views of Khan and Libba.
Okay, I hear your views. Maybe let's just continue. I hear what you're saying.
Yes, just to end off, Mr. Lille, you said you will get the report, or would you like the Commission to provide you with a copy of a report?
I would certainly ask the Commission to find the report and provide me with a copy of the report, if possible, Honourable Judge.
Find the report where?
Honourable Judge?
I say, you say we should find the report where, and what should we do with that report?
Again, Mr. Chair, I don't want to answer on Mr. Lille's behalf, but it was suggested earlier that under cross-examination that the persons here representing the Cabinet have the report, and it would be fair to make the report available again to obtain Advocate Khan's view on what was contained in the de Lille dossier, to put that matter to bed as to his views on whether there was a prima facie case or whether it needed to be further investigated, and all so on.
Advocate Moran.
Chair, I think what would be more profitable, really, is to find the authors of the de Lille report. Then they'll be able to explain what they meant.
Thank you, Advocate Duval. We have heard what you have said. Thank you.
No, but it is not, I didn't author any report.
Thank you.
No, I didn't author any report. We are speaking about a report that was authored by the Advocate Frank Khan.
Mrs. de Lille, you misunderstood what Advocate Moran was saying.
Now, can he repeat himself, please, Judge?
Okay, thank you. Advocate Moran, can you repeat that?
Chair, what I said is that what will be more profitable is for the authors of the de Lille report or dossier to be approached and come and explain to the Commission what they meant by that de Lille report and what their information was.
Now, Advocate Moreno, you're sarcastic, but you're also confused. Because this is not the report that we are referring to. The report that we are referring to is a report done by Advocate Frank Khan. So you are just sarcastic and confused, I think.
Thank you. Maybe let's get to the next point before we become too personal.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, if I may, I do not wish to cross-examine Mr. Lille, but I do wish to correct two statements that were attributable to my client, Mr. Feinstein.
There are two things that we can do here. Either you cross-examine or re-examine. There's no stage for making only statements. Your client has been subpoenaed. When he comes and testifies, you can deal with whatever issue that you want your client to deal with. Otherwise, I'm going to have a lot of people saying that I just want to comment, and we are going to run into difficulties. If at all there's any statement that you want to clarify, your client has been subpoenaed, or your client is supposed to come and testify, you can ask your client to deal with that issue at that stage.
Thank you, Chairperson. But the point that I wish to clarify is not
Thank you.
the comment of Mr. Lille, but two comments attributed to Mr. Feinstein by my learned friend, Advocate Kane. And as they stand on record, I seek to clarify
You will be
exactly what
given
he
an
said.
opportunity to, your client when he testifies, he'll deal with those issues. I'm not going to allow you to do that now. Thank you. Advocate
Commissioner,
Lubana?
please.
Chair, that's the testimony and evidence of Mr. Lille.
Thank you. Ms. Dillon, it's not your time to go. We are done with you. Thanks a lot for giving your evidence. And I heard you talking about the German investigations. We are fully aware of that investigation. You spoke about the investigation by the British. We're fully aware of that investigation. And we are in constant touch with them. We know exactly what they did, what they did not do. So we can be rest assured that that area will be covered by the Commission. That we did almost, we started with that process probably 2 years ago. So we are fully aware of those two investigations. In fact, we are even aware of other investigations in other jurisdictions except these two. The 2-3 other jurisdictions where there were investigations, we're fully aware of them. But then thanks a lot for giving the evidence. But then you're not going to go, you must sit there until I finish. And when I stand up, only then do you go out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Judge. And as I was saying, I'm prepared to cooperate with the Commission. If you want me on anything else, I'll be ready to help. And thank you, and also to Commissioner Musi. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Advocate Libana, is it you or Advocate Sibeko or Advocate Mpaka?
Chair,
That is on the way forward.
direction at this stage could be given by Advocate Mudumbe.
Chairperson and Commissioner Musi, we have received emails and other correspondence from the witnesses who are scheduled to appear before the Commission. Some of the correspondence came from their legal representatives, wherein they deal with, among other issues, the readiness of their clients to give evidence before the Commission. That correspondence has been brought to the attention of the teams that have been assigned by the Commission to lead their evidence. And the teams, they are all here. Advocate Libala, Advocate Ngobese, Ms. Ramakhaha, Advocate Mpaha, and Advocate Sibeko. The teams and myself, we have applied our minds to the reasons set out in the correspondence. We think they are cogent reasons. We do think that the reasons merit consideration by the Commission, and the teams have formulated their opinions. They are going to make recommendations to the Commission. The next person who was supposed to appear is Mr. David Mania. And fortunately, Mr. Mania is also represented by Advocate Duval, and he is here. He will probably confirm the information that we are going to put before the Commission. The letter that we received from Mr. Mania's attorneys, I've given it to Advocate Libala, and Ngobese, they do have it. They will make their submission to the Commission and make a recommendation. Thank you, Chair. Advocate Libala will then be followed by Advocate Mpaka and Ms. Ramachaka, and Advocate Sibeko will deal with the readiness of Mr. Feinstein, Mr. Paul Holden, and Mr. Henny van Vieren. And I am happy that Advocate Sneeman is here. She is aware of the correspondence. She will probably confirm that indeed what we are saying is correct. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Lival, we're all waiting for you. You're supposed to be leading Mr. Mania tomorrow.
Chair, may the record reflect that I would like to have a cooperative David Mania as a witness of this commission. Our team does not want to lose control of any witness. David Mania has put it on record that he is not amenable to testify before the commission. He has given a number of reasons. We gave our view as a team to Advocate Mudumbe. Now we have the letter from David Mania stating that he would need additional 2 weeks because he was in hospital and he's been going through parliamentary duties. I'm restating it, and I'm not saying this with precision. I've got to be cautious. Actually, let me look for a paragraph that details it, Chair, so that the Commission should appreciate. There's a paragraph headed paragraph 6. The letter says, an altogether different matter is that our client wishes to refer to a draft report on factual findings undated 2nd September 2006 entitled The State vs. Jacob J. Zuma and Others. This report is available on the website of the Mail and Guardian newspaper and has been so available for a considerable period of time. Our client wishes to know from the evidence leaders whether this document may be referred to freely during his testimony or whether any reference made to it will expose him to a criminal prosecution. Now, here comes what I've been addressing you about, Chair, paragraph 7. There was a consultation that took place between our team, Advocate Ngobesa and Ms. Rene Charles. I couldn't be in that consultation because of illness, and Advocate De Val was present in that consultation. Paragraph 7 of the letter says, it became clear during the course of the consultation that considerable time will have to be spent preparing our client to present his testimony. He has given the Commission a statement more than a year ago in July 2013. The Commission requested to meet with him for the first time now during the course of this week, some 10 days before he is supposed to give evidence. That's not true, but let's not go into that. We've been requesting to see him earlier than that. Paragraph 8, our client conveyed to you that he recently spent some time in hospital. He now has to deal with urgent matters in Parliament which will require much of his attention until 23rd July 2014. After that, he can attend to preparation full-time. We know that Parliament is sitting, the budgetary speeches. I'm alive of that. I was supposed to be in Parliament myself, Chair, representing my entity that I chair, but I'm here. Paragraph 9, in the circumstances, we request a postponement of his testimony for a period of 2 weeks. Please indicate as a matter of urgency whether you are agreeable to postpone his testimony, and if so, until when? Now, I hope we're not trampling on the toes of the Commission. Our considered view is that we'd like to give him 2 weeks and have a cooperative David Mania. And what we did also, we drew the attention of Mr. Mudumbe that when we lead the testimony of Mr. Mania, we'd like to do something that we thought we would do with Ms. De Lille, and of course wisdom prevailed on the commissioners and you halted us. We wanted to demonstrate, we'll demonstrate to Mr. David Mania what the testimony says before the Commission, and is the best way to deal with that.
I understand that, Advocate Lebala. Can you tell us the date to which his evidence of Mr. David Mania will be deferred to? What is the agreed date?
Chair, 2 weeks from now, and I'm happy that Advocate De Val is here. He could confirm the amenability of Mr. David Maynard to come and testify. 2 weeks from hence. That's the request that they made.
Yeah, that I understand. We're prepared to give them their deferment. I thought maybe, you would have agreed on a specific day because we need to know. Advocate Mdume?
Chairperson, yes, it is indeed correct that David Mania said that if he could have his way, he'd be happy with 2 weeks. And I asked his lawyers, what other date would they be comfortable with if David Mania cannot have his way? In the end, we agreed that a postponement for a week would be sufficient. We therefore, I suggested to them, Chair, and they were agreeable, that if David Mania was called on the 4th of August, there'd be 4th of August, there'd be no objections from their side. We think that his evidence, having looked, and the evidence leaders will also guide us on this one, we've received David Mania's statement and supporting documents. We think that 3 days would be sufficient for his evidence. So from the 4th to the 6th of August, Chairperson.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just noticed that I'm not available on the 4th. Could it be the 5th to the 8th? Is that a possibility? 5th to the 7th, I mean.
Okay, because I don't know what your program says. Will the 5th to the 7th be okay?
There's a problem. Chairperson, we are okay with the 5th and the 6th.
5th and the 6th?
Yes.
Right, well, I suppose this should be outlined.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I think we're going to agree in that his evidence will be deferred to the 5th and the 6th of August on one clear condition. We are not going to serve him again with a subpoena. Can we take it that your client will be bound by this date? Otherwise, if the answer is no, then he'll have to come here tomorrow so that he can be officially excused.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm a bit hesitant because I don't know whether he's got another commitment that he absolutely can't get out of, but I will certainly say that we will be able to tell you in the next 10 minutes whether that's the case, and I doubt whether it is because Mr. Meinier, as I recall, said that his availability is quite good during this period now, leading up into the middle of August. So unless there's certainly no need for a subpoena to be issued again, Mr. Chair.
Advocate Ivan, I'm prepared to say to you that there's no need for that client to come to Pretoria tomorrow. We're prepared to meet him halfway. But then he must also meet us halfway. If you're told you give us an undertaking that on the day that we're going to agree on, that your client will be here, then it doesn't have to be.
Yes, certainly I can do that, Mr. Chair. I can give you that undertaking.
So your client will be here on the 5th and the 6th of August to testify?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I haven't checked those specific dates with him, I must tell you, but I can't foresee a problem, I must be honest. And that's what I said, if unless I inform you otherwise in the next 5 minutes. Mr. Chair, the part of the problem is that we heard for the first time this morning, or just now, that there's a postponement of 2 weeks. If this was taken up with me before, I would have gotten instructions and would have been able to answer you immediately.
Actually, the question of postponements, of deferments of evidence, came as a result of requests that we have from various witnesses. I then said to the evidence leaders, let's meet the witnesses halfway. We're prepared to defer their evidence on condition that they will not expect us to serve them again with subpoenas. Because if everybody that we have subpoenaed up to now expects us to serve them again with a subpoena before they come here, they'll only come here around about September. And we've got time only until November. And that is why if at all we meet a client halfway by saying he should not come tomorrow, we'll expect him also to meet us halfway. The fact that he's got a busy diary, I don't think it's a good enough reason. We have served him with a subpoena. If we can't get an undertaking from him that the day that we are going to arrange is going to be available, we'll insist that tomorrow he must be here. Unfortunately. But then I thought that we will be in a position to agree with each other and say, you meet you halfway, your client doesn't have to be here. And at the same time, if we agree on a particular date, make sure that your client is here.
Mr. Mania's instructions to us was he wants a 2-week postponement, and on that basis I can agree that he'll be here. I have got no idea about what his commitment is on the 5th or 6th, but he'll have to make an arrangement then to get over that.
Yeah, this makes our operations very, very difficult. You know, we thought we'll meet Mr. Mania halfway, but then if at all we're unable to get...
Mr. Chair, but the difficulty is if the evidence leaders just came to me in the break just now and said to me, what about the 4th, what about the 5th and the 6th, then it wouldn't have been necessary for this debate. But if you could stand the matter down for 2 minutes and I can make a phone call, I can give you an instruction. Well, I can get an instruction.
I think we'll have to stand the matter down because otherwise, if we can't agree on a date, unfortunately, Mr. Mania will have to be here tomorrow. But then we are prepared to meet him halfway, let him go and attend to his other commitment. But then he must give us an undertaking that he will be here. Because we'd like all the witnesses to come and testify. So we'll take a 5 minutes adjournment and try and sort out the question of the date in the meantime.
Thank you.
Chair, may I be in the meantime be excused?
I'll tell you later on what time am I going to excuse you off to Kate Maron. I'll tell you, don't.
Chair, I've a flight to catch.
You will not be involved with any of the witnesses. And we're not going to get an application from you that you want to cross-examine, that you are not available on a particular day.
No. Certainly not Mr. Mania, no.
No, besides Mr. Mania, there are other witnesses that are going to talk about. We're going to set up a whole program. In any event, I have told you what we are trying to do. If at all we end up agreeing on a particular day, unfortunately, we'll have to fit in on those days.
Yes, certainly, Chair.
Thank you. Can we try and find out, besides Mr. Mania, has there been any agreement about the other witnesses?
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Woods has confirmed that he'll be flying on Monday. That was the date he was expected to testify. But he has given a confirmation by way of an email yesterday that he'll be here on the 25th of August to give evidence. 25 August.
So Dr. Woods will testify on the 25th of August?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. Any other witness that we have agreed?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Ms. Talliard is supposed to give evidence on the 29th of July, which is next Tuesday. She is not available on that day, and she has committed to being available on the 4th and the 7th day of August, and we have confirmed the 7th day of August for the presentation of her evidence.
So Ms. Talliard is the 7th of August?
That is correct.
Thank you. Advocate Sibela.
Chairperson, Mr. Terry Crawford Brown, on the 23rd of June, he sent us an email indicating that he will be out of the country from tomorrow. He will be back on the 16th of August. The date agreed to for his evidence is the 20th of August.
Mr. Crawford Brown, 20th of August.
Yes.
Thank you. Is that all?
Chair, Messrs. Andrew Feinstein, Ms. Paul Holden, and Henny van Vieren are supposed to give evidence as from the 4th to the 6th of August 2014. And under cover of an email sent to Advocate Mdumbe, Masilo, and I, there is a letter which sets out certain facts in terms of which, the gist of which is that these three witnesses, as a result of certain facts, would need more time to prepare. Mr. Holden has to be issued with an approved visa before he can leave the UK. And in terms of an agreement that was reached with the legal representatives of the three witnesses, it was felt that it would be ideal for these witnesses to give their evidence in succession of each other. Now, we were also furnished with very rough draft statements of their evidence, which Ms. Silo and I must consider so as to establish which documents should be given to these witnesses in order to finalize preparation of their statements. They've also furnished a list of documents that they wish to rely on, some of which would need to be declassified. As a consequence thereof, it does appear, and the request is made in a letter that has been sent to us, that these three witnesses would not be ready to testify by the proposed dates of 4 to 6 August 2014. Preparation will also be hindered by Mr. Holden's current visa situation in the United Kingdom, which does not allow him to leave the country until his visa has been approved. In order to prevent any unnecessary waste of hearing time and travel and accommodation expenses, we propose that our client's evidence be moved until later and mutually convenient dates. Accordingly, no dates have been agreed between ourselves and the legal representatives of these three witnesses. During one of the adjournments earlier, I had a chat with Ms. Sneeman, who represents these witnesses, and it does appear that we would need to have a further meeting with them in order to try and agree on possible dates for these witnesses' evidence to be tendered. But one of the material issues is Mr. Holden's situation and his visa requirements.
So, if I understand you well, the three witnesses, the three authors, are unable to testify on the dates that we had allocated to them.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, I think it makes things very difficult for them. But in any event, if at all they say they're unable to testify, I suppose there's very little that we can do. Probably you'll have to try and see if you can talk to them and see if at all you can arrange a date and come to a mutually acceptable date.
That is what we intend to do with Ms. Sneeman and the other people.
And then lastly, the other thing that I thought I'm going to mention is that there are one or two witnesses, or let me say one witness, who it became clear to us that if you're going to call that witness, his testimony will only come around about October. our mandate is expiring early November. So it means that if at all we are going to accommodate those witnesses, for instance, Dr. Young, who it appears to us that he'll only be ready to look at this matter either towards the end of October or early November. In order to accommodate them, I think we are going to apply for an extension of about 3 to 4 months so that we can be in a position to accommodate all the witnesses that we want them to come, that we want that they should come and testify. And I hope that those who have not as yet testified, they will be adequately covered by the extension that we are going to seek. We don't have an extension as yet. Just Musa and I have just decided during lunchtime that maybe the best way of dealing with this issue is to try and get an extension of our mandate or of our lifespan, just to make sure that we accommodate everybody who we think that might be in a position to assist the Commission to carry out its mandate. I just thought this will mention. Lastly, I see the representative, Mr. Mania, is not yet here, but I think we're going to adjourn. We'll give Mr. Mania, is it?
Mr. Chair, and obtain an instruction from my attorney that it's in order the 5th and 6th of August.
5th and 6th of August.
Yes.
Thanks a lot. Can that be included in our schedule? I think we have said whatever we wanted to say, unless if you want to say something. You don't want to say something. Mrs. de Lille, lastly, thanks a lot again. One hasn't seen you for a very long time. Thank you for coming to the
I
Commission.
was going to ask, can I just shake your hand?
We'll adjourn now. Thank you.